Yo, 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 what up, Disney? What up, Runon? How you guys doing? Let me make sure everything's up and running. PNG Tuber's working. YouTube stream is live. Do we have any duplicate audio coming through anywhere? I think we're good. I think we're good. Wow, what a smooth start, bro. Okay, maybe actually I am duplicating my audio somewhere. Give me a second here. Whoopsies. What a smooth start. All right, guys, you know the deal. I'm going to run a quick little ad. That way we can get it out of the way before I drop my my Discord notification. I'm actually gonna go fill up my little coffee mug too. I'll be RB. Hey, Joey Jordanson, rest in peace. Rest in peace, King. I remember I showed my dad years ago. Showed my dad the video of Joey Jordanson at like a concert when they like spin him around on that like platform thing while he's drumming. He loved that shit. Okay. Okay, I'm hoping I can finish the top of the hair today. We'll see. It's gonna be a big TBD on that, but I say top of the hair, not the whole hair, but you take Jesus it never ends. Originally, you know the Jesus it never ends line? I used to think it was like Jesus of Nazareth. But it's not Jesus of Nazareth. It was just one of those things where I would like mishear it. Much like hearing Sabrina Carpenter say Femboy in that one song or whatever. All I've got is insane. Okay, time to drop the Discord notif. We're getting to it. Let me check my Songify app, make sure that's working. Seems to be working. We'll see, I guess, when somebody queues some shit up. Boom. The hair is, like, weird. Mostly because of the way it wraps around. I really think it should wrap around, like, more. Like, this piece here, if you track this, it sticks out too much. Howdy! What up, Black Knight? How you doing, dog? Does it? Kind of. Like, I think this needs to come way in. How you doing, dog? Something like that, I think, works a little bit better. Okay. You know what I really want to get, guys? I want to get one of those, you know those little stream, like, pad things or whatever? I don't like how wide my keyboard is. Honestly, if there wasn't a numpad, it would be way better for my shoulder because I wouldn't have to angle my arm out in a really, like, uncomfortable position. Right now, when I want to do, like, Control Z and shit, I had to fucking twist my arm out at some weird-ass angle. Hello, long time no see. How you doing, Xena? How's it going? Steam Deck or something like that. Yeah, I guess. I don't like. I know there are some specifically made for artists. I just don't want to rely on my keyboard as much because I don't really use my keyboard much when I'm streaming. I only really use it for Control Z and like panning and shit like that. But how's it been, Xena? Zishna? Zija? I don't know why I called you Xena. Zija. Oh, fuck. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to switch my earbuds. Have you seen the YouTube channel that cooks while doing covers of songs? They actually did Duality recently. No, I have not. Those are 150 plus? Jeez, damn. Okay, maybe I don't need it that bad. There's a lot of stuff I think I need. I actually do kind of need it, I'm not gonna lie. I have, like, streaming does kind of destroy my fucking shoulder. A standing desk would also be really nice. An arm mount for my tablet would also be really nice. These are all, like, ergo things I kind of need. I don't fucking shrimp the whole stream, you know? I gotta connect my Bluetooth here. I'm switching Connect. Come on, bitch, connect. Oh my, don't want to have Bluetooth issues right now. There's probably other options. Maybe one of those half keyboards would be cheaper. Yeah, probably, honestly. My earbuds aren't connecting. Yeah, like, basically, like, if I had, like, a keyboard that didn't have a numpad, I'd be able to move it closer to my desk. The issue is from, like, if you look at my setup... Oh my god, I'm trying to... Hell to the O. What up, Dave? I'll draw my, my ergo setup right now, and by ergo setup, I mean absolutely not ergonomic at all, by any means. Terrible setup. Looks like the song thing works. The thong thing works. That's good, dude. Let's try the Bluetooth again. Connected. Switch the channel over. Excellent. Oh, shit. The reason I always switch my Bluetooth is because my headset is, like, really heavy on my head. Whereas, like, my Bluetooth Just doesn't fucking like my little earbuds, they don't add any weight to my head, so when I'm drawing with my head tilted down, it doesn't hurt as much. Oh, Disney, those are cool as fuck, actually. That is kind of what I'm thinking of. I'd want it to be like there are what I'm talking about though, Dizzy, is I don't know what they're called, but they're like these specific things for artists. I'll show you what my top-down setup looks like. Like my tablet's like this, sort of like on a subtle angle. Like if you looked at it from the side, it's on this like minor elevation here, okay? And I'm sort of like this. But then my keyboard, the issue is if this is my tablet and my head is like this, my keyboard is off to the side like this. And so I have to sort of angle my shoulder or tilt my shoulder. Like I have to do a little bit of external rotation on my shoulder. And it's really, really, really uncomfortable. And that external rotation really makes my trap sore on this side by the end of the day. This arm actually is not too bad, but has its days. Ironically, this isn't even my injured shoulder, which is why it kind of concerns me, because I don't want it to become an injured shoulder. But I know there's a lot of like accessories that you can use as an artist that'll let you, you know, reduce the travel distance from your hand to your freaking keyboard or whatever. But a lot of tablets also just have built-in buttons. Mine does not, because it's the old Cintiq 16. It's like the one from 2019. It's old as shit, and because of that, it doesn't have any built-in like button functionalities. I should honestly just get a new tablet, but they're so fucking expensive. Microhex, how you doing, dog? I've seen the controllers specifically for Lightroom/photo editing, so there's bound to be something. Well, I'm thinking of a specific product from like a specific brand. You know what I mean? Also, how you doing, Yeti? I just can't remember the name of the company. Art streamers have done like promos of it like a bazillion times. Yeah, it's the Tourbox. That's where it is. Yeah, you sent it to me, Dizzy. It's the Tourbox Elite or whatever. That thing. You buy from Wacom. No wonder they're too expensive. Yeah, I mean, my Wacom tablet's old as shit, dude. It's the Cintiq 16 2019, and I got it like the year it came out, basically. Huion and XP Pen both have their own shortcut controllers. Damn. Tourbox is the trendy art controller. The thing is, I don't care if it's trendy, I just want it to be high quality and small. That's all. Like, I just don't want to be moving my arm out laterally nearly as much as I have to right now when I'm, like, tapping my keyboard. Because it causes, like, trap issues, and there's nowhere else for me to put my keyboard. I think if I had, like, an arm mount where I could bring my tablet up, you know? Something like this. I don't know how to draw an arm mount, but I assume it's something like this. And then I could have my keyboard underneath the tablet. I think that would work really well. High quality and small, you say? Yeah, exactly. I also see people who use shortcut remapping and then game controllers, like 8-bit does stuff. You know what I could do? Like, I could remap Control Z to, like, 0 on the numpad, because then it'd be way closer. I've just, like, built up the muscle memory of tapping Control Z, like, all the time, you know? It also hurts my Canadian to say Z instead of Z, but it is what it is. I'm buying mine from Huion. I heard they last longer than XP Pen ones. I've had my tablet for, I guess, since 2019. Because I think I bought the Cintiq 16 when it came out, roughly. That's what? 7 years now? It's interesting. It's so used on one side. If you look at it flat, one of the corners is actually, like, worn down. So if this is the tablet just completely flat, This corner on my right side here is actually worn down. The plastic is like worn down from me drawing so much. It's not like intense. I'm exaggerating it in this drawing, but you could definitely tell there's like a warp here from like me just having my arm on that half of the tablet all the time. What's up, Snacky? What up, NFTE? How you doing, dog? Nah, I hate art controllers. I don't even use all the buttons on the tablet. CSP has apps that make your phone art controller. Oh, that's pretty smart, actually. Using your phone as like a medium. I feel like I just, you know what? Realistically, I just need like a keyboard without the numpad on it. I don't really use my numpad that much. I mean, I kind of do sometimes, but it's not that serious. Anywho, how are you guys doing today on this lovely Saturday? So weird to say Saturday, because it feels like it's a Sunday. Dude, I was sitting around yesterday, and I was so giddy about, you know, just chilling at home. It's so nice. I love it, dude. I went for a little midday walk, which I never get to do. Snake, how you doing? Chilling. How you doing, Simp? I'm chilling. I'm almost out of coffee, though, which is tragic, but it is what it is. Ooh, that's a little odd. I don't like how that changes direction. Fantastico. Excellent. Out of control. I wish I had more space. My desk is too small to use my 22-inch Huion tablet. I even have an arm for it. I need so much new shit before I can get like an arm for my tablet. Because the issue is my desk is made of glass. So I can't bolt an arm into my desk because it's fucking glass. And I know there are clip-on ones, but for whatever reason, I feel like the ones that you bolt into your tablet are just like better quality. Maybe they're not. I just don't want a wobbly one. Like the last, like if I'm getting an ARM tablet, the amount I draw, I want the best of the best, dude. I don't want some wobbly ass fucking like ARM mount from like Temu or some bullshit, you know? I want the real deal. Escalate the fire. I want a wobbly setup, better for soaking. That is, are you Mormon? You guys know what soaking is? I know Dizzy does, clearly, but I'm wondering if the rest of you guys know what it is. It's also very weird that they call it soaking. I don't really get that part. Big fan of Mormon. The Mormon thing? Yeah, dude, the Mormon thing. So basically, what soaking is, guys. Soaking is in throwing something in water till it's fully wet? Kind of. Kind of. Soaking is a Mormon practice amongst Mormon youth, let's say. Usually early 20s, college-age kids or whatever. You're not allowed to fuck before marriage in Mormonism, okay? But you can accidentally slip your dick into a vagina, apparently. So what they do is they position each other one on top of the other in a, you know, maybe a cowgirl position or a missionary. I've never soaked, so I don't really know what the optimal position is. But essentially, what you do is you position yourself in like a sort of like a sprinter's setup position. You know how they're like the on your marks, get set, but you never go. Instead, what you do is you have your buddy jump on the bed to make you go, and then that way you're not the one fucking. You're just accidentally putting your dick in pussy. It's the perfect loophole, and God doesn't punish you for it. It's crazy. In the Catholic religion, you just fuck people in the ass, and then you bypass the whole virginity thing, like like, all the way. I hate when that happens to me, when you accidentally stick your dick in a vagina. Me too, bro. The perfect loophole is the poop hole loophole. See? Dizzy's a Christian. You could tell. That Latin in you, dude. God doesn't punish you, my ass. Uh-huh. He doesn't punish me. He loves me, dude. Alright. You want some Latin in you, Snack? Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that one. In me? I don't know. Navita? How you doing, Navita? Damn, another Navita raid. How's it going? Thank you for the double raid. I remember you from last time. What were you up to, Navita? I almost manually typed in / raid Navita. I don't know why I was in like raid autopilot mode there. What do you think the Orthodox do? I don't know. If my grandma was still alive, I'd ask her. She was like Lebanese Orthodox. Navita, mods, can we get a little shout out to Navita? I was trying to do a shout out, but I accidentally was gonna type raid. I'm not meant for this whole, you know, moderation thing. Navita, what were you up to today? I'm gonna give you a little shout out. BT. Last category, art. And you got hit with the affiliate. Oh, shit. Congratulations on your affiliate, dude. Do you want to share anything that you were working on? You're more than welcome to. You know the deal. You know the deal. You know the art raid deal. What were you getting up to? Tell me all about it. Moja with the 50 stream streak. Crazy, dude. Honestly, peak lurker. I say this every time, Moja. Moja is 100% like the #1 ranked lurker on this channel, as far as I know. As far as I know. So based. A man and or woman of very little words. What do you think the Orthodox do? Each other? I don't actually know. I'm not actually familiar with like the Christian Orthodoxy rules. I was raised Christian Catholic, so I don't really... And my family half-assed that shit, bro. Like, they went to church on like Sundays, occasionally for like holidays. My grandma went regularly, but I don't think my mom did. My dad was like super atheist. Like anti-theist, probably. Which is ironic. Sup, Diggity Dog? What up, J-Dog? How you doing? Navita, I think last time you said you were doing... you did a magic animation, right? I remember... I think it was you. It might have been somebody else. Somebody posted... Or was it? It was like last week. I want to say it was you. Yeah, it was you that did the magic witch, like, spell animation. Yes, I did. Hell yeah, dude. See? I don't remember. This is the most memory functionality you're gonna get out of me, dude. Normally, I don't remember this shit at all, bro. I barely remember my chatters. Well, Navita VT, if you would like to share any of the sketching emotions that you drew, you're more than welcome to. If you don't feel like it, totally fine. If you just want to chill and do your thing, go for it. If you got a dip, you know the deal. You can get out of here. And if you want to drop any links as to where people can find you, be my guest, dude. Be my guest. I'm good, just got this gaming PC and I'm cleaning up / setting it up. Hell yeah, dude. Hi, Adouge. You know what's funny, Kim, though? I feel like you could call him a Jew. like a jus, actually, after I said that out loud, maybe don't call him that. But what I was gonna say is, like a jus, like a little sauce for dipping on the side, but it sounded better in my French head, but when I say it with an English accent, it just sounded a billion times worse. Maybe don't call him that. Oh, shit. Sorry, I haven't been chatting much. Life got busy. Hey, dude. You ain't gotta chat. You ain't gotta chat. A jus, yeah, exactly. Un jus? No, a jus. Like, if you use, like, if you ever have, like, a French onion... Like, sometimes they'll make, like, these, really rich roast beef, like, sandwiches, and they'll be served with, like, a sort of gravy on the side. It's usually called a jus, you know? And it's like a, but, like, when Anglophones say it, they say a jus. You know, they're like a little, au jus, yeah. Thank you, Crip, our local, culinary expert. Putain. Putain is not really a slur. It's basically like saying, well, I guess... Depends on how sensitive you are. I don't think any Frenchman would consider it a slur. It's kind of just like saying, like, slut or whore, I guess. Which is no bueno. You probably shouldn't say it, but... There are worse things to say, you know? Not that I would know them, because I would never say them, but, you know, I've heard, in theory. You know, when I watch TV and stuff, they say that stuff. Please do not compare people to Microsoft Azure. Meld. Oh, dude, you're really breaking the rules with that one. Easy there, buddy. I'm joking. That's basically like saying crap. Is it really a slur? No, it's kind of used similar to like fuck here. Like if something fuck or shit, I guess. Like if you're like a Frenchman and somebody says something or something bad happens, they'll be like, oh putain, or something like that. They wouldn't say putain, they'd be like, oh là là, putain de merde, you know, or something like that. But you know, in Canada, we don't really say that. It's not really like a word here. It'd be really abnormal to hear somebody say putain in Canada. Putain? That's... Yeah, if you say that one wrong, that's definitely a slur in French Canada. Merde is said in Overwatch voice lines? Is it really? I always forget they have other languages for Overwatch. If I ever become unemployed, guys, I'm gonna get back into Overwatch. Mark my words. You don't need to be unemployed to do that. I know. Okay, look. I need to explain something about my psychology. I cannot do things that my brain perceives as like time-wasting activities. Well, it depends. I cannot do certain things that my brain perceives as time-wasting activities. It's completely hypocritical because I can spend an entire day watching YouTube and for whatever reason my brain doesn't shame me for it. But if I play video games or, you know, mostly video games, to be quite honest, or consume anime or whatever, my brain does this thing where it's like, you should not be doing this. You should be doing other shit, you know? And for whatever reason, it's disproportionate with video games, but I can waste my time doing other shit, like watching political commentators or whatever the fuck. And none of that stuff feels bad to me. Or even browsing Rails and stuff. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think it's because back when I was, like, actually sort of wasting my time and my life, I did a lot of that shit. And so I think a part of my life is just, like, associated to not doing that because it's bad for me. That's probably what it is. Sin looks kind of mid, but I can't say anything until I try it. It's not mid, dude. It's so peak. The thing is, it's one of those things where you have to get it at the right place because there's so many bastardizations of it. And yeah, it's a thing that is very easily fuck upable. And one of the criminal acts of Putin making, and I wonder, Crip, if you're still around, if you guys ever discussed this in culinary school, but if you want to absolutely piss off a French Canadian, just put shredded cheese on your Putin. Put shredded cheese on the Putin and just watch them fucking seethe and rage, dude. I feel like the gravy is less important. It really is the cheese is the most important thing, dude. You got to use the curds. Tête d'Albert cheese curds are probably the best ones if you could get them. They're local here in Canada, but you know, generally speaking, if you could get those, that's probably the peak French Canadian way. Shazam the Wizard, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. We always use cheese curds, never shredded. There you go. So holy. The divine cheese, dude. I'm not even joking, guys. You guys are going to actually, like, genuinely upset a French Canadian if you put shredded cheese on a poutine. What's up, Snack and Jadu? What's up, Shazam? Why us? You think why me and Jadu? Hi, Mr. Wizard. Can I piss off both Canadians and Italians if I put maple syrup on pizza? There's probably a scenario where that's okay. Like maybe like a dessert-themed pizza or something. I don't think that bothers me that much. Fuck me, I guess. No thank you. What's the difference between cheese curds and shredded cheese? Shredded cheese is people who have no idea what the fuck's good on a poutine. You could tell it's just like a guy who's selling poutine and they're doing it for like marketing. Basically, the way like you could think about it, or the way French Canadians perceive it, is like think of like during Pride Month, okay, where all these big corporations like update their social media profiles to have like pride flags in it, and you could tell they're doing it for like the marketing like aspect, but they don't actually give a fuck. That's what shredded cheese is on poutine, okay? It's bullshit marketing for people who don't actually care about the authenticity of the dish, and they just throw some shit on there because they're like, it's cheese gravy and fries. They'll love it. They'll eat my slop, okay? And tragically, some people do. This is the most I've ever wanted to make a shredded cheese poutine. Fucked up, dude. Don't do that to me, please. Oh, you're Canadian? How could you tell? Was it the emboldened speech about poutine? I am Canadian. This piece of hair looks a little floppy. Flaccid hair? Thank you. I gotta get a little bit more erect, you know? I don't like my boys flopped up. Let's get a little more zest in his pep, you know? This is considered a hate crime in Canada. It should be a protected class. The idea of a sweet food mixed with salty food makes me dizzy. I feel like that's a pretty good mix, isn't it? Sweet and salty. That's why American Chinese food is so based. Sweet and sour pork. Excellent selection, NFT. Great first message today, Rozzy. That's the type of energy I need every stream, you know? There's something really nice about somebody just coming in with the most unhinged shit ever. Unless I don't know you. If you've never been here before and you say some crazy shit, I'm gonna think you're a psycho. But if I at least have like a 5% understanding of your personality, then it doesn't bother me as much. Canada's only 4 hours away from me. I could do it on their soil, too. You could. It would be so funny to drive 4 hours just to piss off a French Canadian. I feel like if you want to ruin the American reputation more, you could do that, I guess. Tensions are a little high right now. You might actually get hate crime. Sweet and salty popcorn's a common thing. True. Spicy and sweet is good. Amen, dude. Amen. Hallelujah. Hey, peeps. Hey, peep. What up, dude? Trader Joe's has dark chocolate-covered pretzels in the winter, and it's the best shit ever. I don't think Trader Joe's is a thing here. I always hear Americans talk about Trader Joe's. I've never seen one in my life, so... I'm almost done with the comic. It's taking so long. You're making a comic, dude? I feel like you told me this. I don't recall, though. You're beautiful. I love this song. Oh, we're talking about American food? We're actually talking about French-Canadian food. And everybody's trying to see how they can get themselves killed in French Canada. We're taking a trip to Trader Joe's if you ever come here. The base, dude. You're so far from me, though, Dizzy. I don't know if I could go that far. I won't ever change. Hey, my love is true. Ooh, ooh. Here's the hour I had a problem with posting. Okay, hell yeah, dude. Let's peep it. Thank you for the share, dude. But only find way. I know where my whole soul is. I don't know the lyrics. I don't know where the lyrics. It brings me to tears. Even after all these years. Whoopsies, what did I just do? I hit Control B. That scares me whenever I hit a weird command that I'm not used to. This is Navita VT's artwork. The emotional expressions. We got some sadness, some anger. This is looking great, dude. My love is true. Woo, 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 woo. Navita, where can people follow you if they want to follow you? Do you have any links? I know you posted your Twitter. Is there anything else you want to share? You're more than welcome to. Oops. Oops. That'll be my final ask, I think. You don't think you'll ever go to LA or the Bay? Hopefully not, dude. I really like my perception as an Eastern Canadian of LA is that it's like just filled with like the dumbest people in like the United States. It's probably one of the places in the US that I would actively avoid going. I have some friends that are from like California. And you could tell they're from California. No offense to them, but... You've never heard of Texas? My boy who's from Texas is so chill. I don't think I've ever understood the Trader Joe's appeal. Come to the UK and enjoy the vibrant and cultured cuisine. You know what? Honestly, I feel like British slop is like right up my alley, dude. Throw some fucking mystery sauce on potatoes and give me bread and beans and shit, and I'm actually kind of happy. I don't think that would bother me too much. I eat basically like a pig as it is, so... I eat like raw vegetables, like I just snack on full-size carrots, and then I just eat like random meats and bread and shit, so... It's kind of on brand. My way... Oh, where my whole soul is. I lost my ability to art midway through when I got the notification. Hey, all good, dude. Well, look, Navita, thank you for raiding in. And thank you for sharing. You guys know what to do. Go check out those links. Yeah, boy, come to my house. We can eat potatoes and bread together. You're making it sound enticing. The only downside is the time that I have to like take away from work and the commute and the costs. I guess that's a lot of downsides. I need to go to France again. All the food was so fucking good. I went to France. I enjoyed it. I just found the French were kind of dickheads. I did not have a good experience with them. Especially as somebody who's like natively French. They just like, every time I spoke French, they would just switch to English. But I realized like afterwards, just because they just don't understand what the fuck I'm saying. The UK stole everyone's food, so it's not slop, it's stolen goodness. Our national dish is Indian food. I will say, when I say slop, I mean it in the best way possible. I don't mean it in the modern sense of like AI slop and all that shit. I mean like the traditional sense of just like a pile of like food. You know, like I do fucks with British food pretty hard. Whenever I see like those videos of like those dudes in the food trucks just like dropping a massive dollop of fucking mayo tuna on a potato with butter, that's like right up my alley, dude. I eat like a dog, so for me, it's like perfect. Tuna on my spud, please. I love that someone bought me a British cookbook and it's all stolen cuisines. Yep. Sade, how you doing, Sade? Hey, snack. Hey, Sade. Shody 30. All the French people were amazing, especially the people that were running the paintball field, the tournament I was at. Damn, you went to a French paintball tournament. That's crazy. We eat gruel. God, I know. Theft is so good, we love stealing. Amen. To be fair, I really enjoyed haggis the few times I've had it. Haggis is basically just like grosser sausage, isn't it? Isn't that basically what it is? Or am I tripping? Sausage is already kind of gross as like a concept, but it's delicious, so whatever. I don't really want to know what's in my food. I just want to eat it. If it tastes good, that's all that matters. We brought back medals and everything. Hell yeah, dude. Kind of. Haggis is ground offal. Offal? Stuffed in a lung. So it's basically sausage, but instead of intestines as the casing, it's like a lung. Oi, mate, can I get some tuna on me spad? Extra butter? Please and thank you. Oh, I love me some haggis. A little bit of haggis in my belly. Oh, delicious. Just a little bit of haggis. I don't even know what's in this shit, but I love it. To be fair, food is gross if you think about it too far. Yeah, I mean, the idea that we just eat other living creatures is kind of crazy. Like, objectively, vegans are right, okay? Like, genuinely, like, if you remove culture and, like, social norms and shit, vegans are 100% right. You know? There's no, like, they're just objectively are. You know, we eat other fucking creatures when we don't really have to. But, god damn, it do be tasty, though. I never forget me P's and Q's. I'm not opposed to vegan options, not the Beyond stuff. That stuff's awful for you. That's true. How do you say P's and Q's in Canada? I don't even know what that means. I know it's like an expression. I just don't know, like, I don't think I've ever heard P. It's please and thank you? Is that what that is? Damn, this is probably like the first Korean song I think we've actually ever had like queued up. It's kind of ironic because I feel like we've listened to so many like different Asian like songs, but we've never actually had any Korean queued up. I need this to be bigger. What about tutus? Tutus my crody. I don't know. I can't do the fucking Toronto accent. That's why there's a Q, fan Q. Oh, fan Q. Is that actually where it's from? Rozzy, are you British? I'm getting British vibes off of everything you said so far today. I feel like it's kind of obvious at this point, but NFT queuing the DUI guy. Honestly, if he's just remembered for being the DUI guy, that's a good outcome for him, I think. I think he's done worse, but well, DUIs are pretty bad, guys. Don't get DUIs, all right? This isn't Snack saying DUIs are okay, but he do be singing that shit. I won't lie though. I still be moving and bopping whenever a little JT comes on. I'm so sorry for being British. It won't happen again. No, it's okay. I love my British people. It makes me feel so cultured. Half my mods are British, literally. It's just always, I feel like, you know what's interesting? And I've said this like a million times, and I always say this. Whenever, like, I hear, like, if ever I get into, like, a voice call with somebody who's British in chat, and I hear them talk, there's such a weird disconnect in my brain. Because in my brain, I read your messages in my accent with the same intonations and, like, tonality that I have. And so whenever there's, like, a disconnect from that, it's just so strange. It's not, like, my brain just doesn't know how to process it. Oh no, you're right. The lung gets ground up as well. That's why it's illegal in the US. You guys can't eat lungs in the US? I think in Canada you could just like straight up eat horse meat, but I hear that's like illegal in a lot of places. That's probably our most controversial meat, I think. No lungs graded for human consumption here? Damn. Well, I don't even know if it's any different in Canada. I shouldn't cast stones just yet. I'm from the UK. Empire State of Mind. Just cues up, I'm from the UK, and then you get a song from New York. The hell did I just come into? What you talking about, Merker? Did I say something weird when you joined my stream? That wouldn't be off-brand for me, but... I was vegan for like 5 years, base, dude. Respect. I could never do it. I don't think I read anyone's messages in their accent, even if I know them. That's interesting. I think the difference, though, I guess, I mean, maybe you've experienced it if you're somebody who's like got a lot of online friends, but like in my case, sometimes I interact with chatters for a year plus, and then I eventually hear them talk, and it's so different than how I imagine them in my head. The horse lungs. I don't know if we eat horse lungs. I think you can eat horse meat in certain areas in Canada. Maybe not everywhere in Canada, but... I was vegetarian for like 2 years, but I eat chicken now because I don't respect birds. Okay. A little hate meal. Snock, you have to read all of my messages in my accent from now on. I can't do it, dude. I'm just gonna sound so bad. I can't do a British accent very well. Me and me on the phone. You call me on your phone. Cry. Run me a river. Run me a river. Murder on YouTube said, so hypothetically, you could say, I'm so hungry I can eat a horse and actually eat some part of a horse. Let me look it up. Because I'm pretty sure the answer to that is yes. Can you eat horse meat in Canada? Yes, horse meat is legal to produce, sell, and consume in Canada. It's regulated under the Safe Food for Canadians regulation, requiring mandatory health records, equine information documents for slaughter. While legal, it is not commonly consumed, with the highest availability and cultural acceptance found in, believe it or not, Quebec. Wow, isn't that crazy? The French eating horses. Who would have thought? That's probably why I've had horse. I think I've had horse. I say this, but I don't think I actually paid attention, but I think I have had horse. I think it's really just like the US that doesn't let you eat horses. Hey, Snack! What up, Dally? How you doing? Eating horse ain't nothing special. Americans are just weird. Glad coming in with the racism right out the gate. Hell yeah. We drink Red Dye 40 by the gallon but can't eat horse. And I think we do in Canada too. And we can eat horse, but... honestly, it's not that weird that it's from Quebec. That's true. It really is not. It's kind of... if I had to guess a province, Quebec would be the one. I'm a chicken supporter till I die. I feel like chickens are kind of evil, dude. I feel like whenever I see them, like, eating stuff, they look like the most reptilian creatures ever, and I feel like they would just absolutely, like, if they were... If they had the ability to, like, if they were the size of an ostrich, they would just fucking kill you. I have no doubt about it. Doomer King, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. Thank you... actually, wait. Not the follow. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub with your prime. Shit. Yummy blushing, dude. Thank you for that. I appreciate it, big dog. I feel like chickens, the only reason they're respected is because they're small. But I feel like... my man, I'm Joseph from YouTube. Oh, shit. What up, Joseph? How you doing, dog? Me, come with me, my man. You had to... By the way, Joseph... DK? Can I call you DK for short? If ever you want to share your art, please do. I remember you were mentioning that you were sort of like hesitant to share your art for feedback. Just know, I'll be kind. I promise. The only people I bully for their art is NFT. He's basically like the only person I'm extra mean to. And I feel bad about it every time. I just can't stop. It's so addicting. I've eaten loads of animals. Frog tastes like swampfish. I hate it. Frog does not taste like swampfish, dude. Frog just tastes like fucking... I don't even know. It just tastes like... it tastes like frog. People say it tastes like chicken. It kind of does. The way we eat it here in, like, Canada is just, like, Deep fried as fuck. Frog's too rubbery. It is kind of rubbery. Snail is delicious. I don't know if you've ever had snail. Highly recommend. Just make sure it's drowned in butter and garlic, and it'll be awesome. Serenada snack. You don't want that. You guys are never gonna listen to music the same ever again. My voice is too beautiful if I sing, so I gotta mask it. I'm like Kakashi. I gotta wear my bandana over my Sharingan because it's too powerful. Can't catch me slipping, you know. I've never eaten frogs or snails before. There's still time, dude. There's still time. They're good. They're good. Is NFT still cheating on you with TP? He is, dude. Every time I go for a walk with him, me and TP always talk about NFT. Always. And believe it or not, it's actually very positive. We kind of see him like our little child that we're trying to raise to be a good animator. That's the one nice comment you get today, NFT. Savor it. Frying doesn't count. Literally anything's fine when it's fried. Is that true? I mean, it's kind of true, I guess. Okay, you're getting too excited. I don't like it. Stop. Don't be too kind to him. You gotta keep him humble. I feel like you don't even taste the snail, you just taste the butter. I mean, yeah, that's the point though, right? Like, that's why you put, like, oil and fucking salt on like, asparagus and Brussels sprouts and shit. It's because you don't want to taste the vegetable. Because it tastes like ass if it's just raw. Man, this is making me so hungry. I can't eat any of the shit you're talking about. Just talking about eating bugs is really getting your mouth watering, Rossi. Wait, raw asparagus isn't bad though. I mean, it's not terrible. But if you have the choice between, like, you know, sautéed asparagus and fucking raw asparagus, I'm picking the oiled up thing all day. Y'all don't like raw veggies? I don't mind raw veggies. I like carrots, obviously. Kurt, what up? How you doing, dog? I eat raw carrots every stream. Speaking of, I'm gonna go get a raw carrot right now. When's the next ad? 6 minutes? You guys can hear me eat my carrot, I guess. A little treat for you today. Be right back. Not joking, guys. This carrot looks like an uncircumcised cock. Show it? I just bit the head off. It's too late. Yeah, you can call me DK. Sounds cool. I'll work on a batch of heads and ask for feedback. Go for it, Doug. Go for it. Thank you for telling us. No worries. Kimdo out here acting like she doesn't say weird shit. Come on, Doug. Don't put that shade on me. Bert has a job now? No, you poor bastard. How is it? GMH Cart, how's the animation going? Pretty good, pretty good. Let me run it through. I haven't played it since I added a couple hairlines. It's getting there. I'm trying to figure out the bangs right now and the volume and how I'm going to have them shift and all that stuff, but... Clean, thank you. 12-hour shifts, but I at least I only work the weekends. So you just got like 24 hours on the weekends. The suffering's the fact that I do nothing now for 10 hours? Are you working as like a security guard or something? If you grill them instead of boil them, they taste way better, so you don't necessarily need the oil. Fuck. Yeah, I guess. I'm not a big fan of cooked carrots. Are you gonna draw the shoulders or just the head? I kind of want to do the shoulders, but I'm kind of over this. I feel like I might just do the head. Redfisher1, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. Handing out orders to people who ordered stuff from e-commerce marketplace. Boring. Oh. All my homies hate mushy carrots. I want my carrots hard. Rock hard, dude. The harder, the better. I watched 15 episodes of Lucky Star today. Basically, I'm going to be paid to watch anime. That sounds pretty sick, dude. What kind of job is this? I drew around my hand because you did it and thought it'd be fun, but why is my hand so fucked up? It's just because I feel like you have to like angle it right, or it just makes your fingers look twice as thick, you know? It also unscrews the tip of my pen. Oh boy, I fucked that one up. Uh-oh. My penis is a lot skinnier than yours. Ain't that true? It's giving Captain Underpants for the traced hand. Dude, Captain Underpants was so lit back in the day. I used to read a lot of French comics, actually, when I was a kid. I read a lot of, Titeuf, Le Petit Spirou, Astérix and Obélix, et Obélix, I guess. What was another one? The fucking weird-ass, like, Cheeto-looking thing. Tintin. All that shit. Vile Plum Dude. Vile Plume Dude. How you doing, dog? I mean, it's chill enough for my antisocial ass. You know what you could probably do, Kurt? You could write, dude. I think of that. I've heard of that second book, Le Petit Spirou. It's probably been translated to English. I'm sure if I showed you an image, you'd recognize it, but it is French. You could tell it's French because every single cover is like horny bait, dude. It's always like some kid with like staring at a lady with giant tits or whatever. We'll throw it up in here. This series. And then Citef was even more horny, dude. Citef was... I don't know why, like, kids' comics in France are so fucking horny. This was like, this was literally the cover of, like, a Citef book. This is a book for kids, by the way. Like, young kids. And it was called God, Sex, and Bras. Volume 1, baby. Your favorite Pokemon is definitely Rattata. Rattata? I don't know, dude. My favorite Pokemon back in the day used to be Sandshrew. I was a Sandshrew guy. Ratartar. Yup, that's the book. I had to read it in French for class at some point. Dope, dude. I mean, my school was French, so all we had was French books. I loved comic time. Because we would just go to the library and we would just read comics for like an hour. I swear Twitch just keeps eating my messages and redeems lately. Did you send something that I missed? Lore accurate bra size. Do it, jiggle. Oh no, you didn't get eaten, dude. I just missed it because I'm stupid. Do it, jiggle. Shit. It be jiggling, Rozzy. It be jiggling. Sorry, I missed that. Sometimes I just miss those things, you know? I'm looking at two chats and I'm trying to animate at the same time. That's sort of why. So if I miss a message of yours, I promise you, I don't hate you. It's not intentional. It just happens. You can always remind me if you ask something like important, you know? Who the hell put that book in the library? Bro, there were so many of those books in the library. She wanted Booba? Respectable request, dude. I thought the redeem was automatic. That's why I was confused. No, it's manual. I hit it manually, and then I hit it like several times, and it makes it jiggle. I'm almost done my carrot, guys, and I'm gonna properly talk to you. Jiggle it manually for us? Only a little bit. Only because I like you. It jiggles every time I talk, too. Just like one time, but... It not jiggle, it quake. That's true. What'd that mouse do, you know? I still think it's funny you think me and Rozzy are the same person. I don't. I just call you Rozzy because that's how I read your name. It's Rozzy Kazi or Rosie Cozy or whatever. I know Rozzy is a completely different person. I swear to God. I promise I know. I know it's a different person. Is it Rosie or Rozzy? Okay, sometimes PK says our names flip too. No. That's just PK, dude. I think my favorite is whenever I join a chat and somebody calls Boba Baba. That one's awesome. I really like that one. Or Whenever somebody calls Kimdo, Kimdo, that also is really satisfying. Because I call Kimdo, Kimdo, you know? Meech Arts, Sandshrews the GOAT. Sorry I missed your message, Meech. Meech, Kimdo, Meech, I don't give me a second to catch my breath here. Meech, Sandshrew is the GOAT. Kimdo sent a message the second I was trying to, like, speak. And their name just, like, overtook my sentence. PK called Boba Bob for a while. Holy fuck, dude. I gotta check how much I slept last night. Booba's also good. Raza with the Kaza. Yes, last bite on this carrot, I swear, on the next one. Booba. We love Booba. Half the people I watch on Twitch call me Moist due to my stream name, my Steam name. Yeah, I mean, you used to be Moist back in the Ghoulie days. Who else calls you Moist though? Or do you just watch me and Ghoulie? Oh, daddy, I'm still moist? Thanks for telling me. Thanks for telling me, dude. You got a wet butthole. I call Kimdo that because you do? Based. It's pitch black when all the lights are off and it takes forever to get from one side to the other. I like that, the corridor. You know what's really, what I feel like, when I retire, guys, what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to be like one of those old men who gets up at like 3 a.m. There's something really nice about that time of the day, but it's just like, because it's like, it's the same feeling as staying up till 4 a.m. It's like really peaceful, but because you're awake and alert, it's so much nicer. You know what I mean? You get to really savor those moments instead of having anxiety about having to sleep. I like when people call you cat, see the mouse with tits, and assume you're a woman. I feel like some people have asked me if I'm a woman. I don't know why. Maybe, I guess it's probably the mouse tits. But it's not like a regular thing where I get confused for a lady. I'm like a straight white man, you know? So it's like, I'm so far from being a woman. Alright. Derek done. Now the question is, do I get water? Get water? Thinking about it, thinking about it. It's basically just becoming the cat snack stream, you know, where I just eat and shit all stream. Maybe it's your feminine energy. Do I have feminine energy, guys? It's the feminist inside of me, you know? Wait, you're not a woman? I'm canceling my subscription. The Femergy. True. Mukbang streams. Get your yitties out. You got your yitties out. That's true. I do got my yitties out. I thought you were telling me I got my yitties out right now. I don't. I'm actually, for the first time, wearing a hoodie. Well, not the first time. I've worn hoodies at other points in my life, but typically I don't wear a shirt when I stream. It's just more liberating, you know? But I was cold this morning. I had a cold torso. Okay, I'm gonna get water, guys. I'll be RP. Surely you guys will be respectable and not unhinged while I'm away. I see your speak French message. We'll resume once I get some liquid in me. of our city. Bow, diddle-doo, bow, diddle, banana, banana. Okay, speak French. Ok, il est 1h17 en ce moment dans l'après-midi. On va continuer jusqu'à 1h18 à peu près. Je sais pas comme combien de secondes. Ah, ok, ben, il va être 1h18 dans comme 10 secondes. Y a-tu un sujet en particulier que vous voulez que je discute pendant que je vous parle en français? Parce que j'ai vraiment rien préparé. Puis ça l'aide des fois si les gens ils me donnent un topic ou whatever. Je sais pas. Je sais pas, des fois je veux pas goûter ce que t'as mangé. Hein? Ok. Si t'embrasses quelqu'un sans la langue, est-ce que c'est juste de l'embrassage normal? Je pense que ce que tu veux dire, c'est comme faire un make-out avec quelqu'un en français, comme un French kiss, à comparer d'un un kiss normal. Je pense pas qu'il y ait une grande différence entre les deux. Je pense que c'est catégorisé pareil. Honnêtement, j'en ai pas vraiment parlé avec quelqu'un, donc j'ai aucune idée c'est quoi comme la décision sociale sur ce sujet-là, mais... No show in chat. What? Comment je le vois pas? Yo, Avel, ça va? Ça va-tu bien aujourd'hui, Avel? On se parle en français un tout petit peu, puis là, je pense on va switcher back en anglais. We're gonna switch back to English. Because it's been a minute. Siren Night Sparrow. What? How come I don't see it? You don't see what? The concept of you being in your underwear for every stream is very funny. I am unironically in my underwear right now. I'm in my actual worst pair of underwear. There's just a fucking... There's holes all over this thing. I'm wearing, like, the most boy underwear ever right now. You know, like, the underwear where, like... You should probably have thrown it out, like, 2 years ago? That's this pair of underwear. I don't know how they get so fucked up, either. Time to make out, chat. All of you guys at once? Crazy, dude. I know a little French, so I'm using snack as listening practice. Oh boy, poor you. Man, I wish I knew French. I saw the Mario movie. I really want to see the Mario movie, guys. Something about, like, Mario movies... I really like the last one. I know it was just like a dumb movie, but I really enjoyed it. You gotta let the bad underwear go. I know, but I gotta resupply. It was not good. It was not good, really. Was the first one better? Is the corner over that eye? Yeah, it is. It's over that eye. He likes the air the holes proside. I'm sorry, what? Provide. He likes the air the holes provide. That's right. Natural ventilation. What the fuck was that? I was so confused when I read that sentence. I want to see Mario's new movie too. Shireen, how you doing? I'm considering watching Project Hail Mary. That's the thing with Ryan Gosling, huh? Fellow Canadian. Doing fine? Hell yeah. Minor spelling mistakes are killing me. They confuse the shit out of me. I feel like sometimes, like, I have to just take what you guys say at face value, so it's extra confusing. Doing fine. Hell yeah, dude. I think if you like the spectacle, this new one's better. They give zero fucks about telling a story this time. I think, you know what? I feel like Mario movies, or just like video game movies in general, they're like in that category where I just don't expect to like... I'm not going into it for like the rich plot, you know what I mean? I basically treat it with the same sort of mentality I would like a Fast and the Furious movie. I think if you go into it with that mentality, it's probably okay. That's sort of how I'm going to try and experience it. I'm not going to see the Mario movie to, like, experience nouveau art. You know what I mean? I watched Underworld for the plot. Yeah, me too. Ooh, I don't like that. It's rotating very weirdly. I'm gonna have to fix that. I bought a new watercolor set. I'm gonna try it. Dude, watercolor is a really, really, really difficult medium to use. I've tried using watercolor way back in the day. I tried using watercolor, and I had such a difficult time using it. There was a YouTuber that I really liked. Sadly, they passed away, but their watercolor work was really, really nice. Way back in the day. I can't remember their name now, but I just know there was like an update where they had died or whatever. It felt like watching an hour and 40 minutes of YouTube shorts. You're kind of not making this sound bad at all. I got watercolor crayons, much easier to handle. Are they like the ones that they have like the little like knob or whatever where you like squeeze the water out? Like there's like water in here or whatever. Winier! That's it. That's exactly who it was. Yeah, I really like their stuff way back in the day. And then they unfortunately passed away. Her art is gorgeous. Yeah, I did really like it. She used to make YouTube videos when I first started drawing. I think she was smaller back then. Flashback, Young Khan. Not about them Yetis, huh? Alright, I see how it is. I like using watercolor, but I'm pretty buns at it. I feel like watercolor is one of those things where it's like, you kind of have to be comfortable with the chaos of it, because water moves so... Like, obviously, there's degrees of control you can have, but it's not the same as, like, line work, where I feel like you kind of have to be happy with you know, things just kind of doing its own thing a little bit, but I feel like that's also kind of the appeal. I don't know. Merker over on YouTube says, guess who's finally eating breakfast? I'm gonna guess you, Merker. No, they're crayons that act like watercolor, but when water touched them. Huh. I don't think I know what you're talking about. If you know a brand, I'll check it out. Yeah, the way this is, like, rotating, it ain't right, dude. I don't like it. Like, once he gets to this point here, I feel like, or maybe this one, I feel like this hair should start going in. Like, it should start coming in. The reason being is because it's on that sort of... It's on this half of his face, and by the time he's, like, profile, this half of the face is already starting to rotate. It's extended out past that brow line. So I'm just kind of not rotating it early enough. And it makes it feel like it grows in volume in a weird way. I don't really like. Even if I could. Okay. Still some volume issues, but there was who's the artist that did the manga for Tokyo Ghoul? Their watercolor work is fucking dope, dude. Yeah, I don't know the name of the artist though. I'm gonna look it up. Tokyo Ghoul mangaka. Sui Ishida. Sui Ishida art. The way they utilize watercolor, and I assume it's probably also partly digital. It just kind of looks like watercolor. You think it's digital or do you think it's traditional? I think it's digital. But their stuff is really fucking nice. I'm a sucker for like that sort of dead, haunted aesthetic. I really like that like gothic, like flat colors and all that stuff. Not flat, sorry, desaturated hues. But they also balance saturation really well. I'm trying to find an example to show you guys. It's probably digital now that I'm looking at it again. It felt like really traditional back in the day, but... like this shit, I'm gonna open it here just because it's gonna... better on this canvas. It's so nice. I got like a really low quality pixel, but it's such nice work. Sui Ishida, legend. He has a YouTube channel with tons of videos. Really? Yeah, his digital work emulates watercolor a lot, and it's so fucking nice. Whoops. Oh my god. Now, I think what happens also is I think, like, as this hair comes around, I think it actually needs to come out more on this piece, or this section here. I think these need to be a lot wider. And then this one can start to come out more. I think this needs to be way in more. Almost like basically gone at this point. I might as well just erase this. It's so muddy at this point. I'm just gonna clean that up a little bit. I do not like that. Okay. I'm gonna undo that. His new manga has a lot of covers like that. Shojin X. Chujin X? My Nihongo's a little rusty. I think I popped it out too much. Like this needs to also come in more. It's gonna feel like it just sort of pops if I have that much of an aggressive spacing on it. So why don't you love me? Remember. Empire. Spacing's still really weird. I feel like I'm gonna be fucking with that rotation for a while. Like, this is even. Like, it should really have much larger transitions here. Spacing-wise. And, May just tidy it up. That might not even be enough. Now the issue is I think this actually grows up here. That's not working. That's gonna go somewhere around here. See how this line wobbles? If you look like right here, as I flip, it like wobbles. That's gonna feel really fucking bad when it comes to that turn. I have to commit to an angle here, because these angles are really, really steep, whereas this one is almost flatter. So difficult. Yeah, it's better, but it's too long. I believe in you. Thank you. I'm just kind of talking out loud here. I'm doing the streamer thing where I'm basically trying to focus, but I'm also trying to entertain. And so I'm just gonna yap about random shit that I'm trying to think about. Hopefully it also helps people sort of understand what I'm looking at when I'm doing things. And if at any point in time you're confused, you could always just say, why? Why, Snack? Why does that need to change? And then that'll test me to know if I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because if I don't know, I'm going to really struggle to explain it. I kind of don't really know. I'm kind of just vibing this out, to be honest, right now. I have a rough idea. But like this? I think that's fine. Wait a minute. There's like a harsh direction change. I feel like I should probably just finish the whole thing before I go in and start like micromanaging every little section. I'm kind of all over the place right now. A little better, still kind of wobbly. Yeah, it feels like the hair kind of does this thing where it starts like this, and then as it goes to the turn, it pops up on those little spiky bits. Now, the question I've asked myself, and I've asked myself out loud earlier too, is basically like, do I want to go through and do the whole hair and try to fix it once I have more of a holistic idea of how it's working? Or do I want to hyper-focus on a section? I think it's probably better for me to just leave it rough right now, go in, do the whole thing, get a general idea of how it's going to move, and then come back and sort of fix the little fucked up bits. I think that's probably what I'm going to do. It is bothering me, but whatever. I'll tank, you know? I'll cope. So I'm gonna work on this top bit now. Hey! How are you? I'm good, dude. How are you? How you doing, Peachy? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I think this volume actually has to grow here. Area. Gonna grow as it hits profile. And then it's gonna go back, not that aggressively though. I want a big like a big spacing jump, but I don't want it to be that fucking extreme. The height's gonna stay relatively the same. I think. We'll find out, I guess. And this is changing in volume a little too much. My Bluetooth's already dying. It didn't charge properly. My case is like fucked, so my Bluetooth doesn't charge properly whenever I plug it in. It's so annoying. Yeah, I think that top bit is okay for that section. Might grow a little bit too much on the profile, actually. Again, we can always adjust that later. I just want to really get the shape down. And then touch. Strophobic. How long do animations usually take to make? It depends on the complexity of the action. Depends on, you know, the medium. Whether you're doing hand-drawn or rigged animation. Depends on a lot of things. Generally speaking, it takes quite a bit of time. When I worked in rigged animation, our quotas ranged anywhere from around, if it was a really complex, high-quality show, maybe 350 frames a week, to anywhere to 800 frames a week. That's working full-time on a rigged show. Hand-drawn shows, I really don't know what the quotas are. If somebody knows, let me know, but I genuinely have no idea. I think they're paid by frame, so in their case, they're it's a little worse, but rigged animation is a lot more efficient, because you're using a pre-built puppet. You're not drawing everything, you know? So banging out 800 frames is reasonable if you're, you know, doing low-ish quality work. The more you increase the quality, the harder it is to make that sort of quota. But they also adapt, right? And it's going to depend on the show. Some shows, they're fine with low quality. Other shows, they prefer that you do, like, high-quality work, but just depends. Well, I am a man. I was a creature before I could stand. Well, remember before I forget. Remember before I am a man. I'm fine, chill now. Hell yeah, dude. You've been drawing, Peachy? I feel like I haven't seen your stuff in a while. This feels weird. That don't feel right. That ain't Falco. We're going nearly profile here. I'm going to go to the profile shot because that's going to be the widest one. We're going to set this back a little bit more so I can see the onion skin here. We're going to say this is how far it goes on the profile, spacing-wise. I'm back! What up, Sam? How you doing, dog? Okay. And I'm gonna have this really favor that outer frame. Because I think as the volume grows, it's going to accelerate. And so we want fewer frames at the beginning because the volume growth is so big. So because we have larger volume growth, I'm going to try and do this a little bit favored. It's really tough in these sections, but I do my best. I probably got to do that also on the other side. And then this side, I'm actually going to favor the more front-on look. Actually, we'll just do like a straight in-between on this one. How's that feeling? Better. From behind, I think this is going to be way in. No. Now it's starting to accelerate a little bit. Still favor the back one, I think. When I say favor, I just mean I'm closer to the previous frame than I am to the front one. Just really subtle. Like, that spacing is super close, but there's still more space here than there is here. So that whenever you hear me use the term favoring a frame, what I'm saying is I'm drawing it in between, but I'm moving it like a millimeter or two closer to the previous frame. And there's different degrees of favoring, but... Yo, what up, Blue Wolf? How you doing, dog? Got a mountain of homework, so I'm co-working with you today? Hell yeah, dude. What are you working on? What do they got you doing? Was it Rozzy that suggested I clean while watching Snack? If it is, Rozzy, you the goat. You the goat, Rozzy. Rosie, I should say. Rosie. Oh my god, dude. I know you're different people. What up, Cut? How you doing, dog? I'm cleaning and watching. What are you cleaning? Oh, you mean cleaning your apartment. In my mind, cleaning means like cleaning up an animation. I was like, I didn't know you were animating. Big reduction piece. Charcoal and kneaded eraser are the tools. Accuracy is the goal. Okay. What's a reduction piece? I don't know if it was me. It might have been the other Rosie. You mean Rozzy? There's only one Rosie. Even though I fuck it up all the time. Was recently bestowed with a lot of free time, so I'm thinking of some cool art things I can do with that. Okay. What are you thinking of doing? I have tried animating. Would you animate? So you cover the paper in charcoal and use a darker, softer charcoal to darken places, and then knead an eraser to create lights and highlights. Okay, so you're just doing like contrast work, you know? Like basically just focusing on a couple limited like medium or value ranges. I've done that. So that's an effective way to study. Made a weird spacing. I'm gonna get real in between here. This spacing, I think, is going to be less dramatic. Still favoring the outer frame. I think is going to be a little longer. I do want some sort of arc here as it comes down. You recognize this song, perhaps, Snack? This song? I don't think I do. I don't think I've ever heard this. I mean, I'm sure I recognize it from somewhere, but no, I don't. I'm lying. Clean the mold out of my rice cooker? Yay. I think that rice cooker was long overdue for a cleanup. I've had a story rattling around in my bone coconut for a few years. My bone coconut for a few years now, and I want to spend some time fleshing out the main characters in it. Pirates theme song. Doesn't ring a bell. What's the idea with your story, dude? The only problem is that I'm dog shit at drawing people. Well, I'm dog shit at drawing environments, so I relate to the struggle of being able to finish a comic. Because I'm a nasty minger. Why does that sound like a slur, dude? I feel like that's a word I shouldn't say. I don't know what it means, but... Snack, do you know when someone has transitioned from a beginner to an intermediate artist? Personally, my art journey is 15 months old, and I don't know what to label myself. I mean, I would consider myself intermediate. I wouldn't consider myself, like expert yet. I'm pretty strict on sort of, it's gotta be the worst pronunciation. I don't know what the fuck this word is. It's the first time I've seen this word in my life. Yeah, I don't know. That's tough because there's different areas, right? Like you could be a beginner in one domain. Like let's say you're really good at drawing faces, but you're terrible at drawing anatomy. Or, you know, you're really good at drawing full-body characters, but you're not really good at doing clothes and folds. So there's different domains that you might be weaker in than others. That's sort of how I think of art skill. It's very domain-specific, right? And most artists, even the best of the best out there, are going to have weaknesses in domains that they just haven't practiced, right? You could be the greatest illustrator on planet Earth, but the second you try animating, it's a completely different ballgame, you know? Or you could be great at character design, but the second you try and do environments, you fall flat on your face. So I don't think that, like, art is easily defined as being this thing that's, like, just blanket, you're either good or you're not across the board. It really is domain specific. I think that the thing is, right, like, you could look at somebody that you admire, and they'll usually post work from the same domain. They're not usually posting a large breadth of work. Like, they're not doing character work followed by animations, followed by background work, followed by perfect renderings, followed by, you know, maybe watercolor studies or whatever, like environments, plein air studies. Usually people are getting good at a particular domain of art, and that's where their expertise is focused on. So it's very difficult to narrow down what somebody is an expert and not an expert at. Whether if we're talking character design, you know, I'd probably place myself upper intermediate somewhere. That's sort of how I think about it. I don't know that what categorizes you as one or the other. I think if you know, if you're still learning about foreshortening and perspective and, you know, dynamic posing, and you can't really hit all the poses from various angles, in my mind, you're still in the intermediate category. I feel like to classify myself as an expert, I would have to be able to confidently bang out, you know, different poses from every angle that I could conceive of. At that point, I would say I'd classify myself as an anatomical expert, but I don't think I'm there yet. I think there are domains that I'm really good at. Heads are a domain that I'm really good at. Torsos, I'm okay at. I'm probably weaker at than heads. Legs, I'm even weaker at than, you know, torsos and heads. I'm probably still intermediate category for a lot of these areas. I think, you know, heads, I'm probably upper intermediate, bordering on expert. I think, like, you know, torsos and stuff, I'm probably lower intermediate to mid intermediate, roughly. Legs and yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say, but I would place myself somewhere in the intermediate category. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself, but that's how I feel. Well, I'm chilling in here now. I need to collect my points. What are you saving up for, big dog? I've never heard someone say Minger. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. If anything, they pronounced it as bad as they possibly could and ended up making it a bad word. It sounds like a horrible word. It sounds like something I shouldn't be allowed to say. But I don't know of it being a naughty word. That VIP status? Ooh. That delicious VIP status? Is that what you're going for, Leo? I got big hopes for you, Leo. Get it, King. Get it. From outer space. I'm gonna find you here. Your face. I am mad at it, dude. I am mad at the wrong version of this song. It's still a banger. Anatomy. If I get anatomy, I'll be able to animate. I got fundamentals in it, but the body sucks to draw. Yeah, I think in your case, you probably got to move away from the mouse. I think using a mouse is going to really limit you. I mean, maybe not. There are some people that are really good. I don't know any, like, high-level, like, expert, crazy, cracked artists that exclusively draw with a mouse. But who knows? Well, what you said is, but the word Nancy said was not naughty. Minger is, like, gross/disgusting. Oh. Minger is like gross/disgusting. Minger is like a vulgar word for girl parts. Oops. Whoopsies. Is it like the C word, I guess, for Brits? It's the same fucking spelling. How could you do this to me, dude? Spell it the same way and then get mad at me when I use it wrong? Fucked up. I'm being baited right now. This can't be real. I hope you know the little mouse guy is my favorite emote. You can thank Boba for that. Drawing with a mouse is a time and line clarity case, I guess, too. I noticed that I take an awful lot of time per piece compared to my friends. Yeah, because you can't be as dexterous. And you can't train your dexterity as much. Minge is British for fanny. Thank you. Fanny is British for vagina, I assume, because I don't know what the fuck a fanny is. No, because I say the C word all the time. I find that word worse. Which word? Minger or the C word? The C word culturally in the West is worse. Now, I would say it, but it's probably a no-no word on Twitch, so I'll spare you guys. You guys all know what it is. You can use your imagination. I love women too much to drop it here. A puh. That's right. Both Minge and Fanny are gross. I hate those so bad. Fanny just sounds like childish. I also know a girl named Fanny. And we'll survive. Yeah, Fanny is a pussy. Very nice. We like pussy. Can't snack? Thank you. It could be worse. You could have said a worse word. I like to call mine a crumpet. Is it crumbly? Don't answer that. I don't know, I feel like a certain group of people use these words, but I also don't go outside. Well, I think at the ripe age of 31, I probably missed the incel mark at this point. I'm sure it's possible to still become an incel, but my nana used tuppence. We just use anything ong based. Only thing I can draw with a mouse is a head. It has a trackball on it. Why does this channel choose the oddest stuff to talk about? Because we're a free channel, dude. I don't repress my chatters unless they're being naughty. In a bad way. What are these terms? We're learning British slang terms, dude. Danny Donkey PNG, how you doing, DD? DD PNG? Vaginas isn't even the oddest thing here. I don't really like the word vagina. I just feel like it doesn't really suit the description properly. Our bébé fuck me poussé dans la douche. What an unfortunate sentence. But completely harmless. These are British slang. I didn't realize he was going to say it wrong. I thought it was universal. I've never heard the word minger in my life, dude. Did someone say Regina? No, which is a city in Canada, which is very funny. Vagina. Even vag doesn't sound right, dude. I feel worse saying vag than pussy. I feel like pussy I feel like it's more normalized here, maybe. Maybe I am just like a based incel, you know? But I feel like pussy almost sounds like better than vagina. The UK probably has around 30 different words for vagina, I can't lie. Somebody talking about fajitas? Vaginas? Yeah, exactly. Vagina's too serious. Pussy is fun and cute. What about vajayjay? Thoughts on vajayjay? Is it too retro? Do I sound too millennial when I say that? Vajayjay is awful? Alright, whatever, dude. Gen Z doesn't appreciate anything good. Came for the art, left with various words for body parts. Oh, we could keep going. I don't know if we should, but we could. Vajayjay is very millennial, I know. I am a millennial, though, so... The pink clam. Cloister. Cloister is basically, like, the Pokemon is basically a vagina. Like, there's, like... They weren't even hiding it, dude. Is Poon also one? Poon is one. Poon sounds like... I don't like Poon. I don't like Poon. There's some pretty gnarly ones, okay? If we get into, like, bro-y territory, there's some pretty gnarly ones that I'm not gonna go into, but... They'll make you shudder. Cave of Wonders. That one's pretty good. I don't know if a lady... Like, I feel like if ever I was... like, talking to a girl about her vagina, which would be a weird conversation to have in the first place. But if I ever did, and I threw the word cave in there, I think it's over for me, dude. I think I'm getting killed on the spot. I don't think you can refer to any lady's vagina as a cave. She had them sweet sugar walls. Damn, that's a throwback, dude. The fucking Hodge twins. Punani, too. The Jamaican. Coochie's by far the best word that I've heard that actually has a pleasant mouthfeel, no pun intended. I don't like coochie. I don't like coochie. Puss? What about puss? Just short and sweet, puss. Box is also a classic. The Bat Cave? I don't know about that one. You heard it here first. He don't like coochie. I do not like puss. Alright. What do you mean, box? Box is... It's a slang term here. Box sounds horrible. Yeah, I mean, it is horrible. Dude, I went to a trade college with like a bunch of like electrical technicians. The amount of slang terms that I heard for vagina that was absolutely fucking horrible and gut-wrenching. I'm not gonna repeat them here, but they're fucking really bad, dude. It could get way worse. Box sounds horrible. Box is diet, okay? Box is light compared to the shit I've heard. Ninny? That just sounds like an old person's vagina. A ninny? It just sounds like some great generation shit, you know? Her Squirtle? You Pokemon until I Squirtle? I'm sorry, mods banned me. Do it up. Yeah, I also heard Nunu. That's rough. Danny Donkey PNG, thank you for the follow. I want a 7K redeem for naming one of the electrician names for vagina. I genuinely feel like I would offend half of chat if I said it. I can't say it. It's not even like a slur, it just sounds nasty. Her glizzy holster? Alright, ban this guy, dude. I'm just kidding. Can we do dicks next? Dicks are just like really boring. It's always like sausage, like dong, willy, you know, hog, Johnson. They're very generic, you know? There's nothing too interesting with them. I think there's something nice about like vagina slang words because there's a forbiddenness to them, you know what I mean? You're like it's like you're on rocky waters and you're trying to not tip over the line. There's a danger to it when you're coming up with slang terms for vagina. Where I feel like dick just doesn't have that same edge, you know? And because it doesn't have the edge, it's just they typically fall flatter. Literally. Hey, you've outdone yourself with that one. I like saying hog. Hog is a good one. Schlong is also very good. Pecker. Pecker just sounds small. I wouldn't want my penis described as a pecker, you know? Chode's a good word. I mean, again, would not want my penis described as a chode. But I don't know if the metric is like how I would want my penis described. Magic Stick? That one's a classic. That one's retro, dude. I know you're old as fuck just by that one. 30 plus at least. Pensile? Yeah. 28? Close enough. I'll take it. Penis is too formal, like vagina. Penis is kind of formal. It just feels like a doctor. Like you wouldn't want to like if you were doing dirty talk, you wouldn't be like, "Oh shit, baby, show me your penis." You know? Just feel like it wouldn't hit the same. Whip out your cock, king. That's what I would want to hear. Spanking my monkey? That one's boomer as fuck. Gross? You said clitorally earlier, dude. Small pee-pee. I think the little bump on the top of his head here drops down too fine. Literally is fine and normal. Uh-huh. Whatever you say, dude. Normal is kind of relative, but I feel it in my flaps. Please never say that again. Never say that again. That's the worst one. Flaps? I never want to hear that ever again for as long as I live, dude. Snack not keeping up with the times. Where's the headphone dent? This guy's retro, dude. You don't live in the technological era. Roast beef. It's hard coming up with names for wieners because they can go as deep as the moist caves. Yeah, mushroom tip is another one. Sausage and beans. What about my lips? Again, these are bannable words, dude. I don't like that. This offends me as a man. Touched by Talala, also a retro one. It's Tralala, though, isn't it? Touch my Tralala. I changed the curvature on that lump on his head, and I hate that. I hate that. We've got so much line boil, dude. It's crazy. My big flappy pink lipperoonies. Can we actually just time out Nancy, please? My velvet glove. Shut up, dude. Stop. If you know Spanish, you can go with chorizo con huevos, which is translated to chorizo and eggs. Very nice. Are the song requests specifically Spotify links, or is YouTube okay? It has to be Spotify links, unfortunately. It won't work with YouTube. It's just the bot is a YouTube racist. How about Zebby? Was that? Arabic for dick. That sounds not too bad. Little Zebby. Could I interest you in a little Zebby? I mean a big one. A big Zebby. My mind is an enigma. Yeah, you're so deep and mysterious. Those are actually horrible terms, though, that you came up with. I couldn't have done better myself, to be quite honest. Better. More stable feeling. I think I could use a little bit more roundness in it. I don't know that I want to, though. Lady Garden? See, that sounds gentle, nice. It symbolizes growth, fertility. I like it, Jadu. I like it. That one's approved. You got the snack seal of approval. I feel like the lady's a little on the nose, but you know, whatever. I'm not a deep thinker, so. Baby Batter's my favorite one. That one's pretty gnarly. Spunkies, Nancy, you're way too good at this. You need to stop. Mangogurt? Okay. You guys are nasty, dude. Splooge. That one's just a classic. A little cartoon one. Mayonnaise. Twitch was asked me if I was sure I wanted to send that message. I hope it did that for all the other ones. But if that's the first one where it draws the line. For splooge, but none of my messages. Your messages are too creative. The AI could not even conceive of things being that nasty, dude. I have a ban/timeout worthy addition to the subject. Coming from you, Damon, that terrifies me. Danny Danda, how you doing, big dog? Get in here. Jadu, you here? He's here, dude. Oh shit, another Danny. Danny Danda. Hello, Snacky Wacky. What up, 8? How you doing, dog? Guys, I'm just playing Cookie Run Kingdom. What is that? It sounds like a mobile game. Okay, the hair's looking... Alright, a little wobbly, but whatever. Cool head! Thank you. I'm pretty good at head. What can I say? I'm doing good. How about you? How's chat? Chat is wilding right now, dude. Chat has just been talking about different slang terms for pussy for the past half hour. And I've been subjected to all of it. And then all the ladies just started talking about cum, dude. You can't win. What? Don't play it. Don't play cum, dude. Oh my god. Don't play dumb. Oh, fucking kill me. Awful time to rejoin yet again. There's never a good time, dude. There's never a good time, guys. Look, I'm the victim here, alright? It's just one of those days. The days where like I have like weird sleep, I swap my words out and I fuck things up constantly. It's terrible. There's sometimes where I get like no sleep and I'm just sharp. I'm super duper sharp, but today ain't one of them. You curated this community, dude. I know. I gotta start being meaner with people. You have the power to stop this, but you choose to suffer because you like it. Look, it is entertaining. I won't lie. I can't deny the fact that I am grinning when Nancy comes up with the most insane sentence. It's 2 p.m. and I haven't eaten anything but snacks yet. Mac mentioned. Go get something to eat, BFF. Do it up, queen. We are your guilty pleasure. Look, all this talk about vaginas and penises has got me realizing that I gotta pee really fucking bad, alright? So I'll be right back, alright? BRB. I brought orange. Get a little vitamin C in my life, you know? Rocking at 3.3 out of 10 with a 10-incher. Well, you know, size isn't everything, I guess. At least I live up to my name, Danny Donkey PNG. Is there a twink command? Guys, I haven't made a single one of these commands. I just let my mods do whatever the fuck they want. Because I have no ability to discipline. I think it's twink level. 3 is my lucky number. Hell yeah, dude. Congrats on the Lordship Symphony. Make me your head mod, I'll discipline. No, I have too many mods as it is. Snack, what should a beginner go for in art? Accuracy or speed? I think speed is the thing that you shouldn't even think about. I think accuracy is way more important to focus on. And I think speed will come as you improve your accuracy. I've never, ever focused on speed, ever. This is obviously my opinion and my personal experience. But I think you should focus on creating, you know, solid, nice drawings. Always trying to look for those little 1% improvements. Let's say Black Knight, you're regularly good at doing 3/4 character designs, but for the life of you, you can never do a foreshortened arm. You should probably do a 3 character design with a foreshortened arm. You should really focus on doing those little tiny improvements, you know? You're right, I should do more action gestures. Do it up. Put a scope on my stylus, got it. Yeah, precision, laser focus, dude. I'm eating an orange right now, so I can't touch my tablet till I'm done with this orange and washing my hands. Once it feels like a chore, it's over. Yes and no. I want to say you want to balance it. I kind of agree with you, Danny, where you don't want to make it feel miserable, but I think you do have to get a little uncomfortable sometimes. You just don't want to make it the majority of your experience drawing where you're having negative associations. You are going to have to work at it every now and then, and you're going to have to do some studying, but I feel like if you put yourself in the right mindset, you can make it enjoyable. You know, like, learning should be a part of the process. And it should be a thing that you learn to enjoy as well. Is your skin kind of orange too from all the orange food you eat? I don't know. I've got like a Middle Eastern complexion. A lot of people think I'm like Italian or like Spanish or Mexican or some shit like that. I have like a non-white tint to me. Speed will come over time, just enjoy the moment. Exactly. Non-white passing snack? That's right. I'm kind of like olive colored, I guess. You ever watched Arcane? You know Jason Arcane? I have his color palette, just not his jawline. Wash my hands. The orange juice is off of them. Well, what I mean by chore is like, oh man, I have to see if I can fit this into my schedule, or damn, I need to work on it today. Like, if you're forcing yourself to do it, it's good to push yourself and expand your knowledge. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think what you want to do is you want to build systems where drawing is frictionless, or as frictionless as can be. How's your pen holding up? Completely fine. I super glued the fuck out of it and electrical taped the fuck out of it. It looks pregnant as shit because there's just like a big tape lump on it, but it's holding up. The one thing is I forgot to add the spring back into my eraser, so my eraser's a little floppy, but, you know, whatever. You can't win them all. Snack's the only PNG tuber that would look the same with a cam or not. That's right. I'm a mouse in real life, too. Choked on my drink, a pregnant pencil with a floppy eraser. It is what it is, dude. I didn't do anything to get it into this state. It just sort of happened naturally. You know, nature took its course. Now, I'm not joking, though. Like, it broke, right? I mean, I guess if you're not in the Discord, you probably don't know the lore. But for those who are in the Discord, I snapped my pen in half. There's like a little seam here where it's like screws together, and I broke it there. Like, I broke the actual connection, and so I super glued it back together, but it was still kind of like flimsy, and so I just wrapped a bunch of electrical tape on it, and now a shit ton of electrical tape. So there's just like a big bump. It kind of looks like a snake that had like a giant meal, or a pregnant pen, I guess. It's something like that. Better for the hand? No wonder you stay hard. Better for the hand. You know what's funny? The way I hold it, I have like my fingers way past the little pregnancy bump. So I don't actually... This doesn't actually bother me at all. Like, my fingers are kind of... like that. So it doesn't actually do much. Why are everyone's pens breaking? I don't know. And the worst part is the version of the pen that I own is out of stock on their fucking website, dude. Drives me nuts. Ew, you have proper pen posture? Yeah, I have to have some sort of good posture. It has to make up for the fucking, like, 100% shrimping I'm doing the entire stream, you know? I just fuck up all my other joints. But at least my fingers are fine. Why are artists so ghetto? I don't know, dude. I would buy a new one. They just don't sell it. And then every fucking version I found online is being scalped for like $400 on Amazon. Or like eBay or some shit. So clearly they've been out of stock for a while. Makes up for your shoulder agony, exactly. You impregnated your pen? I didn't do anything to this pen, okay? This pen is, it's a fucking immaculate conception, guys, okay? The pen was, impregnated through divine intervention. I did not do anything to this pen. Just happened, I woke up and this is the way it was. Put the glasses on it. I think I hit the button. Maybe I didn't. Is this the button? I always forget what my glasses button is. Okay, it's not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. It's one of these. Not that one. Whoa, not that one. Where the fuck? There we go. Found it. Did it moan as you impregnated it? Dude. See comments about Immaculate Conception. I did nothing to this pen. I'm not into pens. It's not my thing. Snack reveals his Fansly stream model live. I feel like I'm more of an OnlyFans guy, you know? If I were gonna do it, if I were gonna spread my little mouse cheeks on the internet, I'd be going the OnlyFans route, I think. You're not pansexual? I'm not. No. You're straight. It's either I use my drawing tablet or borrow my dad's iPad and draw with my finger. Yeah, I would probably just use the drawing tablet. Don't knock it up till you try it. I try not to. Honestly, if you could make a pen pregnant and it gave birth to another pen that was basically the same as this one, that would be kind of convenient. I would just breed pens, and then I wouldn't need to buy a new one. I would put two pens together, obviously. I wouldn't breed with the pen. For clarity. Because I know you guys were all thinking it, but... Right. I'm just saying. More of an OnlyFans mess. I mean... It's true. Unethical pen breeding? Whatever. It's good enough for pit bulls, it's good enough for pens, alright? I'm too lazy to hook up my drawing tablet. I always hate the cords. Mine's always just, like, glued to my desk. Backyard pen bread. Yeah, my inbred pen. Take on me. Fortunately for me, if my pen breaks, it'll only be $50. The one that I have the Wacom Pen Pro Slim. I don't like the default Pen Pro. Like, I could buy it. The issue is my tablet isn't compatible with a lot of, like, newer pens. The Pen Pro Plus, or the Pen Pro 3, looks fucking awesome, because it just looks like a mechanical pencil, which is what I'm used to drawing with traditionally. But unfortunately, I have the Wacom 16 from 2019. So, you know, there's not really much I can do about it. Is that how you treat your son, as a tool or daughter? It's probably a daughter since it's pregnant. Snack likes him slim. I do like my pen slim, I will say. I don't like a big chunky pen in my hand. You ever get hit with the mechanical pencils are not real drawing pencils? No. I've never heard that in my life. I used to get from, like, art teachers. People would be like, drawing anime isn't, like, real drawing or whatever. Or, like, drawing anime is bad for you. They kind of, like, prescribed it as if you were smoking cigarettes. They were like, you can't draw anime, dude. It's gonna make you're gonna get fucking cancer. You can't do it. But... I have a spare pen because the button broke on my old pen, and I bought a whole new one just to find out I couldn't spend 1/10 of the price and fix my old one, so I did that. So I did that to you. Huh? Would you invest in another Wacom tablet once your current one breaks? This thing's been holding up for a while, dude. I've had it since 2019. It's been holding out strong. I don't expect it to break anytime soon. It's not giving me any signs that it's gonna break. What I need before I get a new tablet, God forbid, like I pray this tablet does not break. But what I do need is I need a standing table so I can stop shrimping. And I need an arm mount for my tablet so I don't have to have it like borderline flat. It's like on a mild elevation, but the stand is not large enough. So I still have to like shrimp over when I'm drawing. Obviously I'm exaggerating here, but so a bracket arm is like goal number 1. Well, a standing desk is goal number 1. Bracket arm is goal number 2. And then if I'm feeling a little, you know, if I feel like splurging and treating myself a little bit, maybe I'll get one of those little add-ons for like drawing, so I don't have to use my keyboard, because my keyboard's kind of long, and the way I extend my arm over to Control Z kind of hurts my trap after a while. But art teachers hate anime. True. That I can't draw with regular ones. I got the XP Pen X3 Pro, which I could swap out with felt nibs. Felt nibs. I don't know what a felt nib is. Makes me think of like suede shoes. I don't think it's the same though. My uni lecturers hated anything manga / graphic novel / comics. Yeah, it's kind of the same with my teachers, but some of them were kind of dumb, I'm not gonna lie. Jadu, invest in typing like the rest of us. Your TTS is always betraying you. Yeah, dude. That's true. Your voice to text ain't working. That tablet has a mortgage and a midlife crisis. It's not going anywhere. I hope not, dude. I really hope not. Kind of just describing me, though. That mindset is low-key so crazy to me because there are entire periods of art defined by fan art of the Bible. What are you responding to? I'm possessed by the fan art isn't real art demons, but that's just my own demon to fight, I guess. I think fan art's fine. I don't have any issues with fan art. Fan art shows that you can basically draw on model, which is, or, you know, interpret a model stylistically, which is a really useful skill to flex, you know? I think the controversy with fan art, and it's not really a controversy, but it kind of was back when I was like a student, was the like copyright aspect of it. But nobody really gives a fuck. Buying merch and fan art, like commissions and stuff like that, it's all pretty standard, socially accepted now. But when I was younger, like in the early days of Instagram and all that shit, that was like a debated topic where it was like, well, is it okay to draw fan art and all this shit? Don't get an arm mount, dog. It's awful. Well, I need a way to not fuck my neck up while I'm drawing, you know? Like those tour-like controller thingies? Yes, exactly. Like the tour box is what it's called. Is what I want. Felt nibs are basically a soft material that prevents scratches. I don't have any scratches on my tablet. I've just been using the default Wacom nibs. And for the longest time, actually, I only changed my nib this year. But for the last, like, few years, I've had the same nib. And it was, like, so fucked. If you looked at it, it was, like, flattened on one side. So it kind of looked like this. So this is the pen. My nib was, like, that. Like, half of the nib was just, like, missing. Normally, they look like this. But mine was so fucked that it's just like, it was like, I'm missing half of it from just overuse. Because I never bought new nibs. How did you manage that? Just years of drawing, I guess. You know what's funny, though? When it was working really well, I preferred it. Because this point here let me get, like, really accurate with my lines. Or at least texturally felt really accurate with my lines. But what happened was eventually it got so worn out that just, like, 80% of it just didn't receive any input. and I could only draw with the point, and that was no good. So I had to get a new one. Shit looks like a calligraphy pen, kind of. Another cock drawing? We haven't drawn any cocks, dude. Yesterday we were drawing arms punching. And today we're drawing nibs. What do you know? Totally above board. I've done just about every possible option for mounting this tablet at this point. My ideal would be a drafting desk with the tablet flat against it. Easiest way to save posture and still have a stable tablet. I guess. I need to be able to have my monitor on my desk though, right? And I feel like if I have a drafting desk, my monitor's just gonna tip over. Like if my desk was angled like this, like sure, it'd be great for drawing, you know? But then my monitor would be doing this, and that would be no bueno. Or you could get those monitor clamp thingies to hold it up. That's sort of what I want. The issue is my desk is glass, so I can't drill it into my desk. Space station type shit. Yeah, I guess if you anchor your monitor to your table, you could do that, but Nib's the worst name for a penis I've ever heard. It's not a penis, it's a pen nib. Whatever. Y'all still on that tip. Pun intended. Do a monitor stand and mount it to the wall. I don't want to mount it to the wall because I don't want to drill it to my wall. And I feel like having it on my desk is just like better placement. Because I don't want it like wall mounted. I want it to be able to swivel easily like from my chair. Snack, have you seen this art YouTuber called Line Sensei? His tutorials feel like they're paid courses. I have not. Never heard of him. Damn, glass desk's kind of fancy. I would not recommend it at all. It was not like a fancy desk. It was like maybe $100 at like fucking Staples or some shit. I can't even remember where I got it. I think I got it at IKEA. But I would not recommend a glass desk at all. How's the Patreon? Non-existent. This page is supposed to be like the first sort of redeemable thing. Once I get it done. I'm just going very, 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 very slowly. Which also makes me concerned about my ability to deliver monthly content because of how slow I produce stuff. My suggestion would be to batch some content before you start releasing. I mean, I'm going to release it all on a free tier anyways, so I don't really feel too guilty about releasing stuff, like, slowly, you know? I know what you're thinking, but not even a $1 tier? Maybe I'll just throw one up there, but it's not going to be any different than the free tier. If people want to subscribe, they can. I won't stop you. The idea originally was to have, like, okay, so this cylinder here, when I'm done with this, like, this head has more of an animation cycle to it than what's shown here. It's supposed to basically arc up and down, and the idea is I'm going to have the cylinder move at the same rate, and I'm going to show the planes growing and shrinking so that people have reference sources for how to do heads at different angles. And I'm going to do it for 3/4 as well, and then, you know, maybe an up tilt as well, and then I'm just going to throw it up there. And then the idea was to do more content, like around, you know, maybe like features of the face, like eyes or something like that, where people can pay for a higher subscription tier to get access to sort of eyes from different perspective and all that stuff. Snack wants money with 0 setup or effort. I mean, that does sound pretty nice, I won't lie. You can also do a pay per content. So instead of trying to do it on a schedule, you could just get it done and then people will pay for the thing that you made. Like Gumroad or something. That was the original idea. Looks like Mojito from Jujutsu Kaisen in a way. This guy, I don't know who Mojito is. Sounds like a drink. Snack wants money was 0%. I read that. He did admit that he's cheap as fuck. I am cheap as fuck. I mean, I taped my pen. You know, that should tell you enough. I taped my like half-decade old pen instead of just buying a new one. I can afford a new one. I'm just not gonna buy one. I thought you wanted us to make you the richest man alive. I realized very early on Twitch that that was the worst, you know, decision ever on this platform. It's just making money on Twitch is just not like a thing. I mean, I get it is a thing. That's a lie, actually. It's definitely a thing. I'm just not particularly good at it. Mojito just has face stitches, but otherwise they look pretty different. Okay. A lot of characters have face stitches. I think this spacing needs to be a little bigger. Probably also rotated this way. You're teaching us for free, which I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised you do, given the quality. Well, thanks, man. I don't like I don't like gatekeeping art. I have a job that sustains me well enough. I'm not like hungry for money. I think the dream, I guess, would be in an ideal world to be able to just do art full time. It's kind of difficult to do that though in this environment. Do you make any money from art other than Twitch? No. Twitch is the only income source I have with my art. Zam. I mean, I have a job. I have a job, guys. I don't just, like, do Twitch. Really? You're not with the studio anymore? Nope. I haven't worked in the industry in, like, coming up on 3 years now. I've been out of the industry as long as I've been in it, basically. That's super surprising, actually. Thanks. I'm mostly just like a hobbyist is like it's like a loaded term, I guess. It kind of downplays the experience I have, but I am technically a hobbyist these days. I know you have a job. You've been telling us how much you hate it, true, but your art is good as fuck. You could be making more money from it. If only it were that simple, you know? If you guys could prescribe me a money-making scheme, what would it be? Like, if you had full control over me, Snack, okay? In a platonic way, in a monetary business way, you had full control over me, because I get where we're going with this one. And you could make me do anything to make money. What would you make me do? That isn't... Make money related to art... and not selling my body on the internet. Because I know those comments are coming. Any particular reason? As someone with friends in the industry, is there a reason that you're not in the industry anymore? Yeah, pay and stability are the two big reasons I left. I just thought my worth was a lot higher than what I was getting paid. Every time I asked for more money, and trust me, I was really assertive about asking for money. Basically, every time I was put onto a new show, I was like, you guys need to pay me more. And I never got paid. I did get paid more every time, but they would always give me the most fucking bullshit little amounts. Like, when I got promoted to intermediate, and I was no longer a junior, They offered me $1,000 a week. I was making $900 at the time. I said I wanted $1,200. They gave me $1,050. Okay. Then I got another pay raise, and then I asked for again $1,200. They gave me $17 more a week, and at that point I had an offer in a different industry that paid way more, and I was like, okay, and then I just left. That was it, pretty much. Let me be your manager. 90-10. I'm getting 90, by the way. So it really was, and the fact that like right after I left, pretty much my whole team got laid off. So I was like, damn, I dodged a bullet. I got like really lucky because I would have probably been laid off too. So it's just the combination of stability and low pay for the skill level. Publish a book. About what? You'll easily be the next Derpixion snack, but I can't bring myself to do that because of ethics. I'm not drawing people getting down and dirty. Though I won't lie, it did cross my mind. Set up a digital product, something you make once that people can buy and download, like brush packs or whatever. This was sort of what this was supposed to be. It's supposed to be like a little head tutorial template, you know? I think the amount of like quality I want to put into a product, though, is just like really high. And I don't want to sell a half-assed thing. It's like I have a bit of a perfectionism thing. I know I'm making excuses for everything right now, but it is truth. An art book sounds lit. Making merch stuff, stickers, keychains, prints, maybe even plushies. Well, you're already on the track I would put you on. I'd absolutely have you setting up a Ko-Fi with a membership tier under which you would publish small courses and pay-per-view video tutorials. I'd have you open a headshot sketchcom every month or so to supplement, and you'd take community polls from your Ko-Fi members on the next course. All your focus would be in courses, developing an audience here on Twitch while you make courses and worked on the comms. That's basically the template of what I would like to do. I think the issue, Nox, is the time commitment that goes into doing that stuff is like, at least to a degree of quality that I would feel comfortable promoting and selling, is just really, really, really difficult to find, you know? That's the big issue. But that is sort of what I'm aiming to do right now. It's just going to be incredibly slow. Yeah, I lost my job in games. I don't really want to go back for similar reasons. Yeah. I'll give you a better offer. 89-11. I get 89% and you get the 11. You didn't even say what I have to do. You're just asking me for 89% of what I make, which is not a lot, by the way. I'd buy an art book with your sketches in it, to be fair. That's one thing I've thought of doing, is just making an art book, because I have a lot of sketches that I just don't publish online, right? I don't do a lot of social media posts, and so because of that, a lot of the stuff I produce... I'm trying to find the layer that this was on. A lot of the stuff I produce is just sort of unseen. And so I have a lot of random, you know, illustrations and stuff that I've just never put out onto the internet. And so I feel like they could do well in like a sketchbook of some sort, or like an art book of some sort, you know? Because there is quite a bit of stuff that's just not out there that I'm just sort of sitting on. Anyways, a bunch of random shit. You guys get it. You've seen it before. I'd also have you letting me help you script shorts that we'd send off for editing, and we put one every other week, I hope. I mean, if you want to do that, sure. We could do that. We could talk. Cough. Cough, cough. Wink, wink. Join us, Snack, join us. Join you in what? It could be for animation, drawing, market it for the CSP program. After a year or so of releasing tutorial content, we'd take your biggest hits and compile them into a PDF packet we'd sell. It's just very time-consuming to do all that stuff, you know? Okay, that my idea for building money would be to come up with a story, animate the idea, build hype through your already established social media presence, and go from there. You don't need to have the best idea or even something necessarily groundbreaking. It just needs to be true to you. You have the tech and the background. Well, this character here, actually, and a lot of the characters that I did, like, this exploration for, these are supposed to be part of a greater world. I just sort of... I was gonna make a comic, but I'm terrible at drawing backgrounds, so I kind of got stuck on that one. I don't like the idea of doing backgrounds with a void. Look, I get I'm throwing out excuse after excuse after excuse, you know, but, what? Fucking layer. There we go. Coloring books for adults are a thing, too. You guys could take... If you find any of my line sketches appealing, you could take my line sketches and you could color on them, dude. Just tag me or whatever when you post online. Your style is so art book worthy. Thank you. I heard the chibi is the most profitable art choice. Is that true? I don't think so. It's probably the most oversaturated, to be honest. Everywhere I see online, it's just people doing chibi shit. Like, I don't think it's probably popular, but it's overdone to the point where there's too many people doing it. It would just not be a good market to compete in. I'm also not a chibi artist. I have a sticker saying, I'll be spreading my cheeks on OnlyFans if it wasn't for your support. That's your mouse character making a zesty face. You're gonna be my brand ambassador, dude. I'm gonna pay you 89% of everything. You're hired. I hope you take all these ideas into serious consideration. They are all ideas that I'm seriously considering. What I'm doing right now, actively, on this page, is supposed to be a head tutorial template. So I'm actively working on stuff. I'm just yapping and not getting much work done on it, but... I have an art book now that's just highlighted forms and snippets of advice that I think you could easily publish. Yeah. Backgrounds are fun, though. Yeah, but I'm terrible at them. The issue is when I'm bad at something, I have this, like, this perfectionism, like, block where I don't want to do a thing unless I can do it really effectively. And there's only certain things that I feel very confident in doing. Character design is one of them. I'm fairly confident at that, but... You can find a background artist, maybe. The issue with that is that now I'm committed, you know? And I'm tied into, like, working with a guy that's now relying on me to do stuff. And it's like, that's also really tough with my schedule. It's nice when I can just do things at my own pace. Which means they get done really, 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 really slowly. But, you know, at least their percentages are ticking away on them. Chibi is awfully easy, to be honest. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. It's also not something that interests me. I take it back. I want 50-50 as your manager. Actually, 25 me, 75 you. You sound like you're trying to be my pimp, dude. You want me to spread my ass on the internet. Which I'm not saying, I'm like, look, things could get that bad. Who knows? There's still time. At the end of the day, it's fun to simplify backgrounds into colors and shapes. The detail can come later or not. I struggle with it, you know? It's easy, I don't know, it's easy to think that you'd be decent at it, but it's really difficult in practice to execute sometimes. I just swapped my earbuds because one of them's dying again. It didn't charge properly. Whoops. I did not mean to stop the music there. Yeah, no, doing this with a full-time job is near impossible. You're definitely gonna have to take a break from work or something if you want to commit. I can't, though. I have, like, a mortgage and bills to pay. I can't just stop working. I'd be so cooked, dude. Oh, no, no. No, no, no. Practice makes progress. I mean, it does, for sure. Would you consider drawing a low effort comic series of like 4 panels of relatable things and post it on Reddit for upvotes? Nah, probably not. I feel like I just don't like doing low effort stuff. I'm like I am very much like a kind of a perfectionist. I like aiming for as much quality as I can. I don't want to do like a throwaway stuff. I just wouldn't be happy with it. I know I wouldn't. I do appreciate all the ideas, guys, and I will say a lot of these are in my orbit of things I'm planning on doing or working towards doing. Y'all just know how it be sometimes, you know. You got this. Thank you. Hopefully one of them is stickers. I need them for my sketchbook. I did think of actually selling like the Naruto drawings as like stickers. Where the hell are they? These guys? I feel like you might run into IP problems, though. I don't think so. I feel like at this point, there's so many people that sell like fan art, like prints and shit like that. I'm not overly worried about it. I mean, maybe if I was like making millions of dollars, then I'd be like a target for lawsuits. But just as like some random Etsy seller, probably not. Fine, come live with me instead. Forget about the mortgage for now, but it's gonna be 91% me, 9% me, I guess. You didn't say who the 9% goes to. I'm not moving in with you, dog. You probably live with your family. I live alone and I like it that way. Okay, locking in a little bit. Might close my Etsy shop because it's not an ideal place for me. Why? What's up? What's wrong with your Etsy? My concern with Etsy is just fucking doxing myself. I'd have to get like a PO box and set it up and shit. The kind of art I make plus Etsy's so saturated with AI gen stuff. Yeah, that. Oh my god, dude, that was nasty. When I was looking up Naruto stickers when I considered doing it, all I saw was like nothing but Naruto AI generated stickers, and I was like, this is so fucking stupid. Was that a burp? Kind of. It was like a breathing. My throat just got like stuck. It was very strange. What was that sound? It was me dying slowly. It was supposed to be a burp that didn't come up. Yeah, this needs to grow. Is that why you don't take comms? Because people won't see your actual name? No, I mean, my PayPal is like set to like business account, so you can hide your name and stuff. I just don't like doing commissions because I find the pay that people, or the pay that I would ask for, or sorry, the time it would take me is just not worth the pay for me. My time is better spent doing other stuff. I'd rather improve my ability than grind out some comms, you know? Depends, I guess, on the com. If I did them, it would be basic stuff like, you know, busts or, you know, just heads. Just basic things that are not, like, overly time-consuming for me to do. I'd really want it to take me less than a couple hours. Someone was asking me about that. They gave money on Ko-Fi and it just showed their full name on their PayPal. Oh yeah, if you guys buy stuff off of me on PayPal, unless you have your account set up a certain way, I'm gonna know who you are. I'm not gonna tell people, obviously, because I'm not an idiot. But I don't. Just know that if you ever do commissions, you have to set up the accounts in a way that that isn't going to dox your name. Sometimes it's unavoidable, depending on the type of payment. But most people just use PayPal. My real name's Nancy. Mine's not Snack, believe it or not. I'm blown. A little bit of lore for you guys. My parents did not name me Cat Snack. Catherine Snackery the Third. Mind blown. If I'm offering Snack a business proposal, then I must be honest with him. My name's not Danny. I know it's Donkey, bro. You don't gotta tell me. I wasn't born yesterday, you know? This is a really tough one to do. The hair is difficult to do because it's not really like a thing that I draw a lot. It's a really abstract shape, and I'm trying to sort of rationalize it as a 3D form. I'm finding it really difficult. Do something like that, I think, and then this has to be way more in here. Fuck. Mick Kick Curve Mick M1K1K4R4. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, dude. I cannot pronounce that name. Pataran Snackopolis. Snackopolis. Dude, that is a fucking hard word to say. I'm French, Canadian, and Lebanese. But my name is, I don't even know if it's, I don't even think it is. My name is probably some weird-ass other origin. How Lebanese are your knees? Oh, they're Lebanese, all right. Guys, I ain't ready for the day I end up changing my Twitch name. I mean, you're Merker on YouTube, right? So I know you as 2 names right now. Can you make roasted corn, tortillas from scratch, grilled watermelon? I cannot. I can microwave some pretty tasty pre-cooked chicken though. I don't know how I'm feeling this song, guys. What music are you feeling? I'm not too picky. I just don't. I feel like the person singing this song is like out of like off key. I just don't think they're like hitting the rhythm properly. Apparently Nancy's a French name. There's no way, dude. I don't even know how I'd pronounce that in French. Nancy? That doesn't make any sense. I think someone's lying to you. Anything can be grilled if you've got the skills. That's true. Do a jiggle? Shit. You know it would be jiggling, Jazz. How you doing, Jazz Mink? I seen you earlier. I didn't say hello, though, because I'm rude. Nah, I just forgot. My last name is Big Bazongas. Crazy, dude. You know how they say you're named after like the thing your family did? Your dad was probably known for Big Bazongas, and that's why the family name got passed along. Or your grandfather or whatever. On the sky, red my goodbyes. With you. Oh. I'm just like fucking this shit up, dude. I'm coming home to you. Vlad is back. Not gonna be making friends canceling those out. Fun story about families being named after professions. Had a buddy whose last name was Hazor. His family name translated to duck farmer. His favorite color happened to be yellow. And his favorite animal happened to be a duck. That's pretty crazy. My last name's actually a typo. Nancy Dearest Art, Maria Big Bazongas. Exactly. So I fucked up big time by not marrying... How... Shit? By not marrying you. Shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, probably. Yeah, Jazz, you missed out. Have fun being Jazz Boo and not Big Bedoinkies. All the time I'm coming home to you in the sky. Said my goodbye. It's always with you now. Why thank you. When I'm coming home. Her first name Simp, last name Honey. Yeah, dude. Simp Honey. I want to buy this device that's a mechanical rotisserie that I can use in my barbecue to make rotisserie food like shawarma chicken. I was gonna say it just sounds like a rotisserie like shawarma spit or something. My last name's the same last name as a really famous DC character. Cool. But also not married, boo. I lost both that day. Left at the altar. Damn, I'm thinking about cooking again. I'm gonna definitely get a little tasty little snack after stream. Simp horny? Exactly. Uh-oh. Okay, that was really weird. I pushed down on my tablet and started doing weird stuff. Why did you guys jinx me? Why is my tablet breaking today? It's fine. It's fine. It could have just been my brain malfunctioning, which I'm hoping. I'm hoping I was having like a mini stroke instead of, you know, my tablet breaking. Is there tablet insurance after 7 years? Definitely not. And given how out of stock everything on the fucking Wacom website is, there's probably going to be a lot of downtime if my tablet breaks. It's going to be hard to stream without one. I guess I could just do just chatting, but that sounds lame. I'm an art streamer, you know? I waddle away for groceries now. Catch y'all later. Waddle, waddle. Okay, I'm tracking that one bit, and I think it works. That one bit, anyways. The other ones I'm gonna have to work on, but... Whoops, wrong song. Do you want me to take it out of the queue? Just chatting as he sets up the OnlyFans? That's right. I got an extra I could lend you if it happens? I would definitely take that. My tablet's fine, though. I do think I was just tripping. I don't think anything weird happened. No, I said wrong emote. Oh. Okay, I see. How did they even get that emote approved? What the fuck? A little dragon jerking off? Hot tub stream. I'd have to get Boba to make a bikini for the bazongas, you know? Bikini bottom sounds sexual now that I think about it. I mean, it is sexual. Can we get a cooking stream when you make a microwave meal? You want to watch me cook for 3 minutes? I don't cook long enough to fill an entire stream with it. It would just be me running my microwave and putting mustard on a wrap. Yeah, let me see how that tracks. Better. Much better. My arcs are just, like, fucked up on these points, that's why. I really hope you get a rigged VTuber model, because that mouse has... I'm sorry. I really hope you get a rigged VTuber model of the mouse that has outfit changes. I would like to have a 3D VTuber model if I ever upgrade, but it's not really a high priority thing that I'm even thinking of in the next few years. What's poppin', Oak? How you doing, dog? Hey, Simp, Jadu emotes are nuts. Where you get them? Oh, those are separate sentences. Hey, Simp, Jadu, these emotes are nuts. Where'd you get them? Yeah, those emotes are nuts, dude. Where did you get them? To be fair, all of these got approved. It took me... I think I had to, like, resubmit the fucking piss emote on my stream. Or the P one or whatever. Yeah, those. Must have been something you said. I'm just dying in your arms tonight. Well, I gotta hit the road. Have a fun one, everyone. See you tomorrow, Snack. Peace out, big dog. I appreciate you coming out, Simp. See you tomorrow. Oh yeah, in our game today, the arena was called Poo Poo Bing Bong, and it censored Bing Bong, but not Poo Poo. I think that's probably because of Trump, because when he was making fun of Chinese people at some point, he said Ching Chong Bing Bong. So I feel like that's kind of just like a stereotypical slur. Well, maybe not a slur, but an insult. No fucking way, I swear to God, dude. There's like a clip of it. A lot of people have said Ching Chong Bing Bong before, I feel. Oh, yeah, 100% sure. Yeah, they definitely have. Chamimation. How you doing, big dog? Welcome in here. Automod, I'm Chinese, I swear. Yeah, me too, wink wink. Yeah, brother. Shit. Yeah, but when you're held to when you're the leader of a country, you're kind of held to a different standard. Yeah, you would think, huh? Crazy how that works. Must have been something you said. I'm tracking the arc on these tips here. Because that's sort of what's been fucking it up on the turn. That's why it feels like really weird. It like wobbles now, so the shape changes, but the arc is at least working. I do have to change the form though. Isn't Bing Bong the mascot in Peak? Sure is. I don't know. I've never played Peak in my life. I don't know why I said he sure is. I have no idea. Wagwan, how's the animation going? It's going slowly but surely. Getting there. This is a little wobbly on this piece, but... me. Isn't Bing Bong the elephant guy that dies in that one Disney film? There's probably a lot of renditions of Bing Bongs, I think. I think it's probably like a joke in Rush Hour as well. Bing Bong is fine. It's probably the other part that Automat doesn't like. Yeah, probably. Bing Bong's in Peak. All I know is you can buy a plushie of him and he's divorced. They made their character canonically divorced. You know what's funny? There's not enough divorces in shows, you know? I feel like you never see, like, there's no couple that got divorced in Naruto. What's up with that, you know? You're telling me over the course of 20 years, everybody's marriage is perfect? I don't know about that one. Inside Out, there's a character that's called that, and yeah, they died. They killed Bing Bong in Inside Out. One side suspiciously dies. Yeah, that's true. Sakura and Sasuke would have definitely separated. She must just have like a humiliation fetish, dude. There's no way you could be in a relationship with Sasuke. That guy does not love her ass. At all, bro. Run with me. Y'all queuing up fuck music, huh? When do you guys queue this up, or is this just my playlist getting us all hot and bothered right now? Oh no, this is all Danny. I did. I see you. I see you. More divorced parent representation for us millennials. Yeah, my parents are divorced. Oh, it's fucking thank God, dude. They were miserable together. with me. With me. There's a fan theory. One of the Toph's kids is his. Toph? Pretty sure Sokka went through a divorce. I don't know who these people are. Oh, is this the freaking Avatar shit? Is it Avatar? I know that. Avatar. See? See, I said it before you said it, Kimdo. I knew what it was. Are there any millennials with parents that love each other? I mean, I feel like marriage is just kind of like a dying thing. People don't really get married much. Avatar The Last Bender, dude. Baba. I've never seen it. I tried watching Avatar The Last Airbender. I watched like a few episodes of the first season and I was like, eh. I'm alright. It was okay. I watched it when I was an adult. That's probably the issue. Like, if I watched it when I was a teen, maybe I would have enjoyed it more. Ebron Bear, thank you for the follow. Is it Bear as in back air? As in you play Super Smash Bros. Melee? Based. My parents loved each other, but one suspiciously died. I'm seeing a theme. Marriage is scary, to be honest. It sure is. Mine divorced and then tolerated each other. Yeah, mine divorced and then they became friends. Like, their life post-divorce is just a million times better than them being together. Like, it was the best thing ever. They fucking hated each other when they were together. But then they got divorced. They were, like, really close friends. I wanna live with you. My parents loved each other. My mom baby trapped my dad with me because he doesn't believe in divorce. Okay. That's like my fucking nightmare, dude, is getting baby trapped. I don't want kids, so for me the idea of like somebody, you know, leveraging a kid against me would be, I mean, I would lock in, I guess. I'd be like, I'm Papa's snack now, I guess. But I don't want that. Avatar's slow to like season 2. Basically, Toph enters the story and it gets a lot better. That's what I've heard. I've heard like the story gets more mature and more like interesting as it goes on. But I couldn't get past, like, the first season. The fat grind on me was something you weren't sure that was caused by you or us says a lot, and I like it. Look, I'm gonna be honest, guys. My algorithm is fucking crazy. Sometimes I just turn on like the little Spotify AI bot thing that just queues up things I've listened to in the past. But because my account is linked with my Twitch, sometimes the most fucking insane shit comes on, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this person queuing this up. Like the Duck song, unironically, actually just queues up in my algo. If I'm just like out for a walk, I'm like, you know what? I don't want to think about curating my music. I'm just gonna put on fucking the AI bot and just let it choose shit for me. It'll queue up like the fucking parking lot song or like the Duck song, and I'm like, God damn it. God damn it. This is like in my algorithm now. It's funny, guys, because I don't want kids. I feel like most people don't these days. It's kind of the norm. I feel like pretty much every girl I've dated, like literally, like probably every girl I've dated has not wanted kids. Like I think maybe I just live in like an urban area, but generally speaking, like every single person I've dated has not wanted kids. Maybe that just says something about the people that I filter for, but I know the literal script to this show because I've watched it so much. Damn. I feel like it's not fair to say that, especially since it's a children's show. It has to maintain a child's attention for the first parts until they're invested. Maybe. I don't know. I just couldn't get into it. My dad used to listen to Shaggy all the time. Not me. Has the MLK song ever played? Thank God, no, dude. Actually, maybe once. Actually, I think it has. It might have. The amount of times the Lazy Town Pirate song comes on, and Neuro songs and sea shanties, damn. Yeah, your chat's crazy with it, dude. I feel like my chat has pretty decent taste. I won't lie. You guys drop some bangers sometimes. They're all pretty retro, but they're still bangers. There's just the occasional ones every now and then. I find it funny that Shaggy's putting on a Jamaican accent for his song. I wonder what Sean Paul sounds like in an interview. I feel like it's a little bit of the same thing, you know? Everyone I know in my age bracket either hates kids or... Shit, I missed that message because there's too many coming in. Or hates that they had them. Yes, I actually know quite a few people. I know one guy. I don't know him. I should say I don't know him. My friends know him because they worked at a studio with him. But he openly talks about how he regrets having kids. And I'm like, damn, bro, if I'm this guy's kid, that would feel so terrible. Did you hear about the Afro Man lawsuit? I did, yeah. It's very funny. Half the girls in my class had kids before 20. Other half are gay or don't want kids. Are you from a small town by chance, Rozzy? I feel like small town mentality is very different than like city living. I feel like most people live in cities and you tend to get more people that are very anti-kid. It's probably because it's more crowded, you know, things are more expensive and like all that shit. Spaces are smaller. Kids are expensive and pregnancy to me seems like a literal body hoarder. Horror. Yeah, I can see that. I don't know if it would, like if I was a lady, I don't know if the pregnancy would be that bad for me, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. It's easy for me to say as a person with a penis, you know, but who knows. I walked in while I was playing. I go through phases of wanting kids and not. I think I did in my 20s, and then towards the end of my 20s, I was like, nah, I don't want kids. I think I would have basically like fraction. Let's say this is a year, right, on a timeline. I think like 5% of the year, I'd be like, you know what? Kids doesn't sound too bad. But the other 95, I'm like, I really don't want kids. And so because it was so disproportionate, I was just kind of like, yeah, I actually just don't want kids. I think sometimes you just kind of see kids and the idea of like, you know, having like a thing that you raise and, you know, as a little bit of you is like, it sounds awesome and cool. But then you think of all the like actual like stuff that goes into it. I'm too selfish for kids, bro. I just want to draw all day. I'm not a fun person to you know, live with, I guess. I want to do my own thing. Pressure from parents to hurry because I'm 30. Oh, my mom knows she's not having kids, dude. At least not intentionally. You're wild for letting the chat choose the music. I play what I want. I do too. I mean, it is my playlist when cues aren't coming in. But I feel like, you know, it gets people engaged. It lets people feel like they got a little bit of control over things. I can always veto it if I don't like it. Oh yeah, sorry guys, there's a max of 3 songs in the queue at once. So if you've got more than 3 songs in the queue, you can't add more. My mom asked me so many times about having kids. I told her I don't like people to get her to stop. Oh, you don't like people. To get her to stop, and she still asks if I'm dating every person I mentioned in passing. It makes me want that situation even less, I think. I'm not from a small town. Oh, interesting. There's around 100,000 people in my town, but it's the UK. The next town is a 10-minute drive. I feel like that's not really a small town, but it's certainly like a medium to lower sized city. One would think, but I lived in the countryside. Most would just want to rot while playing video games. Don't tease me, unknowner. My mother literally called me a mistake while my father, who was put through hell just to even talk to me, says he only regrets not being there enough in my life. Well, at least he regrets that. You know, I feel like hearing the stories of this one dude. I've never worked with him, but hearing the stories of this one dude being like having kids, he like talks about how having kids is like unethical and shit. It's like I think we probably actually don't have like a population issue. You could probably repopulate, or at least breed at a repopulation rate, and we're probably going to be fine resource wise. But it's just like everything kind of sucks. I don't know why I would really want to throw in a kid on top of that. Like to be honest, guys, I could probably afford to have a kid. I could probably, you know, I've got time. I'd probably have to pull off of streaming or stop. I'd have to be in a relationship. That would be much easier if there were two of me. You know, but I could probably manage a kid. I just don't really want one. I'm just too selfish. But if I accidentally got one, I'd lock in, you know. Just a guy with his phone, I guess. Hello, how you doing over there on YouTube? Still kind of wobbly. I'm excited to experience pregnancy, but just not yet. My pen's pregnant right now, and she enjoys it. She says it's there's something nice about it. It's a beautiful thing. Have you ever animated with fresh paint? Like traditionally? No, I have not. That sounds wild. I think weirdly I'd enjoy the paint as part of the experience, like when you get a tattoo. Yeah, it's like a rite of passage, you know? Bro, I thought this was going to be the Akon version for a second. It just seemed on brand for what you guys have been queuing up lately. I'd like a kid, but I need to be able to look after myself first. True. As soon as that kid starts screaming, I'm out. I know I'm not mature / stable enough for that shit and never will be. I think I could handle it psychologically. I just think I would not enjoy it. That's it for me. I think I'm real enough to know that I just probably would not like it, you know? I probably wouldn't be a dick to my kid or anything, but I just don't think, you know... There are people who want to have kids and they feel like they have like a drive to have kids. I'm not that guy, you know? So for me, it would just feel like forced. I absolutely want kids. I say this with the understanding that kids are very annoying and frustrating to deal with and expensive. But I'm so certain that I'm going to be an excellent father that I can't rob the world of a well-adjusted and balanced human being I would produce. I think you probably would be a good dad, dude. Just from the stuff I know, I think you'd be good. He vetoed, boy, what? Was that not like the Plankton AI cover? My mother was always pressuring me about settling down and starting a family, and I told her you need to talk to my brother about that because he's the one with the girlfriend. Exactly. At this point, my brother's probably gonna have the kid, not me. I mean, I'm a 30-minute drive from a city with millions of people. I don't know, for me, you don't have to experience potentially your entire life being ruined because of childbirth and stuff. It's more easy for you to feel that way. A lot of women genuinely fear pregnancy and motherhood. It can ruin you for life. True, there are big risks associated to it. You know, your body changes permanently in a lot of ways. You know, there's a lot to it. It's not that simple. It's a thing to consider and weigh the odds of. So what you're saying is we have to make a gender-bent clone of you? Danny Donkey, you are way late to the party. Do you know how many gender-bent like fan art drawings there are of me out there on the internet? A lot. They are out there, for sure. Why don't you make the rat avatar pregnant? I can't stop you, I guess. Three kids max. My brother had two. My brother had two brothers, and I've got three younger brothers, and I might as well have had a kid with them. Wait. Sorry. Three kids max. My dad had two brothers, and I've got three younger brothers, and I might as well have had a kid with them. Solo, I'm gonna need more clarity around what the fuck you just said there, dude. That doesn't. I don't know. That sounds like a typo. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that sentence was a typo, but that's an interesting sentence. Define ruin as in physically. That being said, I have very much respect for people's choices not to have kids, and I think it's understandable. Honestly, I think most people don't put enough thought into the ups and downs of having a child. I'm just extremely confident in my ability to parent. I'm not. Probably would benefit most of the male partners of the probably would benefit most if the male partner of the biological parents experiences simulated birthing pains before making a permanent stance on having a child. Maybe. I mean, like, dudes don't really get to say much anyway, so... Would it help? I don't know. I think the first diaper change is where I would clock out. Damn. Yeah, I don't want to get poop on my hands either. I don't blame you. I had to look after 3 young children today, and that killed any thought of having them. Yeah. It's a lot of effort, dude. You just, I feel like it's a life of being exhausted all the time, you know? Plankto AI, filtered voice, all original music, though. Are you a middle child, Snack? For me, it's complicated. I'm technically yes, technically no. So I'm kind of the eldest, but I'm also kind of not. I have an older sister, but I've never lived with her. She's my half-sister. She's 17 years older than me. She's never lived with me, so I've never really had, like, the older sibling experience. I see her a few times a year. It's always sort of been like that. But I have a little brother that I lived with, who's my full brother. So I'm kind of the eldest, but kind of technically not. But I feel like I'm probably more of an elder child than anything. Physically and mentally, it can cause severe lasting issues with mental health and physical health. People don't think about it enough, but I think men often don't go through that talk with the lady who's broody. Cool Uncle Snack. I'm new here. This is the first I have heard of the gender bent version of you. Oh, I know, but they exist. Speaking of, Glad actually did a gender bent version of me. Glad I still have that. It's in my fan art folder. The fan art I did of you was male, a male with big tibbies, like you. Thank you. I don't know why, but this combo just makes me think about how Nick Cannon has a tribe of children. There's a lot of rich guys with a bazillion kids. I think solo means they raised their brother or something, so it's as if they'd had a kid. Oh, okay, okay. That makes a lot more sense. It's not how I read it at all. I said I might as well have had a kid as I've got 3 younger brothers and looked after age. Okay, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Whew! Dodged one there. The only problem about my mother is that she's basically deranged. She wasn't really there for me yet. Expects me to drop everything for her and fulfill her wishes. My mom's pretty chill. My mom's pretty chill. I got a pretty generic middle-class family. My childhood was a little weird, I won't lie. My parents were very, very combative with each other, so that probably wasn't great, but there's certainly been worse stories than mine, I'm sure. I heard horror stories of some births. I get poo on my hands all the time. Wait, why? Why are you getting poo on your hands? So many comments. Settling down was something she kept pestering about, but I'm an all-in guy, so if I did start a family, I'd have to dedicate everything to it, and I don't think I'm ready. Yeah, that's sort of like, I feel like if I accidentally got someone pregnant, I'd be like, I guess I'm locking in, I'm specking into being a dad, I suppose. I just don't want that for myself, you know? I wouldn't choose it for myself, but if it happened, whatever, I guess that's it. That's what's happening. My sister hasn't watched Lord of the Rings with me since she got her first child. What a cruel life. How many times had she watched it with you before that, though, Glad? I feel like you've told me that you've watched Lord of the Rings like 60 times. I don't think she could compete. I think we'll have population collapse because we'll simply be having sex with an AI in virtual reality headsets. DK, you going into the Goonverse? Is that what you're saying? You ready? I have a much older half-sister and a younger full sister that I grew up with, just like me. Twinsies. I got a little brother, though, and an older sister. My sister's almost 50. She turned 40. She turned 49 recently. I worked for Disneyland for 6 years and my testicles tied themselves into a knot. I assume you mean you just don't want kids. That's like the most painful imagery ever. I have had some buddies who've had testicular torsion, and the way they describe it, it's like you basically just would want to be put down. It sounds so fucking bad. I actually have a similar situation where I'm not the oldest child, but because of my living situation in the family, I'm the oldest child in my household, which sucks because I didn't get any of the middle child benefits. Do they have any benefits? I feel like I was just I was a bad teenager. Like, I acted out a lot, got in trouble with the law a lot, and my brother just got off scot-free because my parents were so busy with me all the time. Never got arrested, though. I don't have any criminal record or anything. A lot of close calls. I come from a family that doesn't have a good example of what marriage should be like. It honestly scares me away from the idea of even dating. I think that's probably my issue, too, is my parents were so miserable together that it's just like... It's turned me off of the idea of, like, ever getting married. It just seems like such a fucking trap. My aunt who raised me is a great parent. She even fought my uncle and won. Hell yeah, dude. Every few months before that, why not just get a vasectomy if not want children? I don't want somebody snipping in my balls, dude. I'll just play Russian roulette for the rest of my life. That's good, though. Take responsibility. You accidentally knock someone up, you're gonna lock in and not bail. That's right. Unfortunately. Don't get any ideas, guys. I think the testosterone loss can cause problems, I think. No? I have no idea. I heard it's reversible. I'm not interested in having somebody, playing doctor in my balls. Oh, my brother's almost 52, but we're 2 decades apart. Same. I'm like 31. I had to remember there for a second. Apparently similar pain level to dislocating your kneecap. But that doesn't help. Now I'm picturing my kneecap dislocating, and that hurts. Ugh. Honestly, being forgotten in my household would have been a massive benefit. Vasectomies are reversible, by the way. Apparently, it's very easy. Yeah, I get it. I just don't like the visual imagery of somebody snipping my balls. Cosmez, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So lonely, Mr. Lonely. I think being an artist means being inherently selfish. To have a kid, you'd have to put your desire to create in second place. I mean, real talk, guys, that's a big part of it. And I think, like, that really impacts sort of, like, me in relationships as well. Like, I do not want to be in a relationship, like, ever, to be quite honest. Because I love just doing my own thing. I'm so... I mean, it is selfish, in a sense. Like, but it's, yeah, I don't know. I like doing my own thing, living my own life, not worrying about shit, not worrying about other people. It's nice. I've been in long-term relationships. I've been out of them. I always prefer being out of them. I'm the youngest and only girl, so growing up I got away with way more than I probably should have. Yeah, that sounds like younger sibling things. When do you turn 31? In June of last year. So I turned 32 in June of this year. Lone Wolf. Yeah, Sigma, dude. I dislocated my kneecap once. I screamed like a little girl. Not cool, bro. She was saying that dislocating your kneecap feels like dislocating your nut. Or, I guess, tangling your nuts. Both cases make me very squeamish and uncomfortable in my skin right now. Yeah, for women it gets dicey. You have to go down some colorful pathway in order to get something like that done. But even then, I think the procedure is full of complications too. I think the worst pain I have ever experienced was the numbing process to get my thumb cauterized. For me, it was probably getting my leg sliced open. I played hockey my whole life. And when I was like 13, I got a skate slash across my ankle, and it slit my ankle down to the bone. And I was rushed to the hospital, and they basically like stitched me back up like right away because I was losing a lot of blood. And I just remember feeling the needle like scraping my bone. It was fucking horrible. It was like the worst experience ever. That's probably the most painful thing I've ever gone through, I think. I've never broken a bone, but actually, dying of appendicitis was also pretty bad. I had my appendix removed when I was like 21. And I think the you know what? It's weird because I feel like I was so weak that I could have died and I would have been okay with it. You know what I mean? It was one of those things where I was just like ready to die. And it sounds dramatic, but I was just like so weak from the appendicitis that like dying would have been pretty awesome in that state. That was like a weird experience because it makes you realize like when you're on the verge of death, it actually is just like kind of inviting, you know? Like I was so out of it. And my appendix didn't even burst. It was just like really inflamed. I guess that's how you see couples of people in the same fields, like mangakas marrying each other. You could sort of make the relationship work if it fuels your art. I suppose. I wouldn't want to be in like a business relationship with my partner, though, you know? Maybe. I don't know. I guess it would depend on the person. Everything's got caveats depending on the person I'm with. Yeah, I wouldn't want to twist my nuts or my kneecaps. Me neither, dude. I accidentally sliced a chunk of my thumb off and was like, damn. I was supposed to do an oil change later on that day, and I was chill until they gave me a numbing shot directly into my wound. Yeah, that does sound rough. Mine burst when I was 11. That's really early for an appendix, dude. Isn't it usually like in your late teens, early 20s that you get appendicitis? 11's really young. I've dislocated my shoulders and knees and ankles, and a bunch of Loki got loose joints. Damn. Rubber lady over here. You've got all the perks of like Mr. Elastic or whatever, Mr. Incredible, whatever the fucking guy's name is that stretches. But you got all of the downsides of actually like dislocating your bones. It sucks. To be honest, I feel like those relationships are less business based and more based on proximity because you're so much at work. There isn't really an opportunity to meet someone outside of work. I feel like I need, like, if I did get into, like, something long-term, I'd probably need somebody incredibly busy, because I just don't like being bothered with, like, shit all the time. I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'm just an asshole, you know? It could be that. I get really stressed out in, like, clingy relationships. I need an insane amount of space. You are. That's true, I am. What's worked for me in relationships is if everyone has their own place and I see my partner occasionally. That's kind of like how I feel too, but I feel like that's not like a tolerated norm. I think a lot of people, because especially since cell phones became like commonplace, everybody's just fucking texting constant. Like that shit just stresses me the hell out, dude. I feel scammed because you don't actually live in your mom's basement. If it makes you feel any better, when I started streaming, I lived in my dad's basement. But now, no, I live alone. Nah, you're not an asshole in that way. You're just independent. That's not unusual. You just need the space. Yeah, kind of. The thing is, yeah, it's weird for me. I also just don't get like strong emotions towards other people, like attachment stuff, you know? It's very hard for me to be in love. And because of that, I come off very distant, you know? That's been a big problem for me in romantic settings. Babe, can we smash tonight? Sorry, I'm busy. I think I can find the time. Not now, babe. I'm locking in. I also snapped a chunk of my kneecap off of. You guys stop fucking talking about your dislocated kneecaps. Give me heebie-jeebies, dude. But is it something that you want? What, being in a relationship? Probably, no, probably not. I don't really want that. Right now, anyways. Maybe I will in the future. Who knows? Probably not, though. Which is also kind of plays into the kid thing. I don't know, you could sort of pop them back into place and then they're just a little sore. Uh-huh. Most painful thing I ever went through was, no lie, my first ever period. I called an ambulance and OD'd on painkillers to make the pain go away. I was throwing up from the pain. Damn. I had an ex-girlfriend who had to take, like, prescription pain medications towards the worst part of her period because it was just, like, so terrible. And she would, like, knock herself out and basically just sleep through it. That was how she, like, tanked. She did it, like, every month. Crazy. True period tanking is camping on the toilet for 2 days. Can't relate, ladies. I cannot relate. Sometimes one of the elevators down in my building and it drives me crazy, you know? So much slower to get to the lobby. You're back! How's it going? Oh, I've been here, dude. I'm good, I'm good. How you doing, Ruby? I have coding because of issues with womb, and and still just have kids. Well, I thought I'd die once, started repenting from all my sins. How long was that session? It is kind of crazy. The amount of women that have sort of really like severe pains from periods. I wonder if there's like something that like makes it more common these days than it was in the past, or if it's just that, like, you know, people are more open about talking about it these days. Because really, until like I started dating girls, I just didn't fucking know any of this shit. I was just like, yeah, you know, sucks for a couple days and then back to it. The worst thing is it wasn't just cramps. My entire body ached, and I had period shits, leg and back pain, migraine. I did think I was dying, high key. Is it still like that, or has it moved on? Spring break's going pretty good. Pollen's killing me, though. I have heard the pollen is pretty gnarly these days. I have pollen allergies, but, you know, I don't. I live in, like, a pretty concrete-filled area, so I don't get affected by it much. When I lived in at my dad's place in the suburbs, we were near like a little forest, and it was rough, dude. Then part to change. No, 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 no. Lights to cast a shadow. Leg shaking, God, it's so bad. It's tragic. I think people are more open about it, and ladies back in the day just had to tank it. Yeah, probably. That's probably most likely the case. Also with like the internet and stuff, it's just you get more exposure to information, right? But I remember one time my sister had a really bad period pains, and my mom, who was trying to help her, got mad at me for being a man, even though I was already doing everything in my power to get my sister something to eat and take care of her. Shame, dude. Ladies, if I could get rid of my Y chromosome for you, I would. It's the thing I hate myself the most, you know? No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Clearly my fault. True. No idea. Once I almost fainted on the street, but I didn't let myself because I didn't want to make a scene. I had to stumble my way home. Ah, not the ad. No, not the ads. I should get a little snack. Speaking of all this talk of injuries and dying is getting me real hungry. Wait till you hear about the complications that come from faulty female organs, like thinking you're pregnant and just your uterus exploding. Oh, I've heard it, dude. Endometriosis, all that stuff. I've heard it. Yes and yes to both. Women were not vocal about it before, but also it's gotten worse. Human evolution sucks, so we make it even worse. Example, celiac disease was non-existent and created by humans by processing wheat far too much, which is why it's becoming very common. Peanut allergies are similar to that, right? Where it's just like a lot of people aren't getting the right amount of exposure to peanuts when they're kids, and so they develop these allergies in like infancy, or I guess like toddler C. I don't know. I also feel like most people, including doctors, are still pretty dismissive of period slash reproductive issues. I wonder how much of that is just because they just don't know what to really do. Like, I've had a lot of shoulder injuries, and I feel like my doctors are kind of dismissive. But also, like, when I do the research on my own, I also feel like my symptoms present as like 20 million things, to where it's like, man, it almost feels like everybody's just kind of vibing it out, you know? Obviously, there's probably just a lot of like dismissiveness in general, but I feel like a lot of it is also just the fact that people just don't know what the fuck to do. There are like the reality is like modern medicine can't fix everything, and a lot of the times we're just kind of guessing. I don't know. I'd look. I don't. I'm not very educated on like female reproductive shit. I'm very much a stereotypical dude, but I had PCOS testing first, and was maybe a second was probably not. It's so ass. I'm in my late 20s and not interested in relationships. I do wonder if people like us at some point will snap out of it and start to feel some sort of intense existential loneliness as we age. I don't think so, dude. I'm gonna be real with you. I feel like that whole shit of like when you're like 80 and dying and you don't have your family around you, I don't think that's gonna matter much to me. Maybe it's easy for me to say now as a 30-year-old, you know? But I think like realistically, I know the things that give me joy in life, and they don't primarily come from relationships or cohabitation or anything like that. Worst pain I've ever felt is dislocating 2 rows of bones in my wrist. So one was sitting on the other, and I couldn't move my fingers, barely twitch my thumb. That sounds crazy, dude. I think if you have a strong support system of either family or friends, you kind of don't get that. Besides, you know, the typical societal pressure to settle down. Oh, I feel that pressure. I just try and ignore it, you know? There's definitely, like, even, like, within my friends, there's still, like, a lot of pressure of, like, you should be in a relationship. That's, like, the normal, like, thing to do. It's just not for me, dude. Like, I've done it all, and I know... I'm fairly confident that I know the things that I want in life. It's just tragically not that. I say tragically. It doesn't bother me at all. Tragically from a social perspective, I guess. Took me 10 years to get a diagnosis, and it was 90% gaslighting. I ate plenty of bread as a kid. Now I can't have any gluten. All saggy. It's just because we process the wheat, so our bodies must stop processing. Can you eat peanut butter, though? That's really the thing that you don't want to be missing out on, dude. Peanut butter is so fucking good. Peanut butter is probably one of my favorite flavors, unironically. I actually just can't buy it because I will eat like an entire tub in like a month. I've been trying for a few years now. I've asked for endo testing a few times, but they kept saying no. Can you get, like, I guess you could probably do, like, multiple opinions. I don't know how any of that shit works. I know it takes a long fucking time, though. Second worst pain I ever felt was when Bandit's leash wrapped around my ankles and he ran off and launched me into fucking space. Bandit's your dog, right? You weren't jumped by highwaymen, like, lassoing you? Yep, they only have that type of injury in A&E 3 times a year, where they see 3 fractures a day and didn't half job it. I properly buggered it. Buggered it. That's so British, dude. Buggered. Alright, I'm gonna be honest. If I couldn't eat pizza, I'd kill myself. I'm Italian. Oh, well, that makes sense. I was like, damn, that's a little dramatic, but he's Italian, guys. You're Italian and your name's DK? Your rivals are Mario and Luigi, dude. Peanut butter is absolutely one of my favorite flavors as well. It's so tragic how fattening it is, you know? I really wish peanut butter was, like, low calorie. I wish it was one of those things where it was just... Like, why couldn't evolution make nuts low calorie and tasty? Grandma's peanut butter cookies, the brand, are really good. I don't know if we have those here in Canada. Yeah, Bandit's my dog. Peanut butter, depends how they make it, honestly. A lot add flour into stuff, which is so fucking annoying. I feel like you probably have to avoid, like, the processed ones. But the, like, all-natural ones where you have, like, the layer of oil at the top and you have to, like, mix it in. You could probably do those. Maybe. I don't know. Look, I'm no expert. Okay, guys, I'm getting lightheaded from yapping. I'm gonna get something to eat real quick, and then we'll be back. I'll let you guys keep yapping, but I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break and just make something to eat, alright? So BRB. I'm back. Did you guys miss me? Nancy, don't worry. I know you're joking. I just had to clarify for the rest of the class. I made a sandwich with turkey, cucumber, spinach, mustard. What the hell is this? Is pastrami. That's it, really. Oh my god, fully loaded. Oh, and an egg. I don't know how I missed the egg. Kim Doe, there's still time. I pray your life is smooth and free of conflict. Likewise, my Chinese brother. Shit. Normally, you just eat like a raw carrot and a handful of dirt. That's true. It's been 4.5 hours, though. I haven't eaten much today. Cartoon Network. I'm also Chinese. Ki. I'm 3/4 Chinese and 1/4 mystery European. As in, you don't know or you don't want people to know. I don't know what the quarter is? Oh. Was that him just saying bukake in a slightly Chinese accent? Or slightly racist accent? Whoops. No. Easy now, Lawai. I don't know what this means. On my like ID, it says Eurasian, and that's all the info I have. I feel like that's like racist. My ID doesn't say white man. Fucking crazy. Maybe it does. I haven't actually looked at my ID that close. Also, to me, Eurasian is like like one of those like Slavic Asian mixes. Alright, I'm gonna go wash my mustache. It's covered in mustard. I'll be right back. Got a little banana for dessert. What does bukake mean? Google it. I'm not telling you, dude. What am I, Google? Google it and make sure you're using a public computer when you do it. Like a communal one. Goo. Baby brained over here, Kimdo. Drawing all your streamers as babies. Dropping the goo-goos. What's going on? Are you... What do they call them? Crinklers? Is that what it is? Are you a crinkler? I don't think that's what they're called. There's some sort of term for people who like to wear diapers. How the fuck do you align pupils? I'll tell you in 2 seconds. Once I'm done with this banana. What? Don't play coy. I know you're a crinkler, dude. You do too much baby-themed content not to be. How big's your banana? 8.5 cut. But ironically, actually, probably similar to that, yeah. Do you eat it with the skin on? No, but this one I opened up upside down like a chimp. I don't know why. I like opening bananas like that. It's not right, dude. I just made a mistake. I wasn't paying attention. I was trying to think of how to insult Kimdo. Alright. How do you draw? How do you align pupils? Well, first of all, pick a direction. I'm just gonna draw here. Pick an eye direction. Let's say you have 2 eyeballs. That are like 3/4-ish. If you want to align the eyes, what you really kind of want to make sure that you're doing is you want to determine which direction they're looking. And think of it as relative to their sort of head position. So if you're front on, let's say you do some front on eyes. I think it'll be easier to explain with front on eyes. Okay, let's say we do some front on eyes here. There's a midline. If they're looking at something that's to the left of their head, their eyes are going to move away from that midline and they're going to have more scleral show on this side of the eyeball. Scleral show meaning how much of the sclera is showing. So let's say this is the head. Let's say they're looking at something to the screen left of them. I say screen left. I don't want you to confuse it with their left. Screen left. So they're looking over here. You want to make sure that their eye is showing a little bit more sclera in that area. On the opposite side, sorry. So see how much sclera I'm showing here? And look how much sclera I'm showing here? What happens now if you move this dot and they start looking down and in front? Well, there's a couple things that are going to happen, and you have to sort of factor in the top eyelid as well. If a character's looking down, normally, your eyelid is also going to press down a little bit. So your eyelid is not going to stay fully extended. I mean, you can look down with your eyes extended, but generally speaking, you're going to have some sort of like subconscious impulse to lower your eyelid a little bit. So that also has to be factored in if they're looking down. Now let's say they're looking up. You know, you're like, basically in this case, they're not dead center, they're actually slightly off center in the middle. Because they're looking, you know, this way. Gotta go. Phone die. All right, do your thing. I'm gonna wrap up at the 5-hour mark probably anyways, so. Now, let's say they're looking, I don't know, up here. Same kind of deal. Now their scleral show is going to be a little bit on the bottom and a lot on that side. The eye is round, so you're going to get compression of the pupil. If your eye is front on, the pupil is going to be a certain width, depending on how you want to draw your character stylistically. But if you want that eye to be consistent, when you look to another side, that pupil, this width here, I'm going to mark it in red, gets compressed. If I take this exact same eye, and now make that eye look over to the side, I have to compress the width of the pupil. Otherwise, it's not going to feel right. Oops. The height of the pupil is going to stay the exact same. You're not shrinking the height, but you are compressing the width. That's like really important to make it feel like they're actually looking a certain direction. That's probably, like, in my opinion, one of the more important things that a lot of people don't do. Is to compress the pupil. Because you're basically making the pupil 3/4 now, if you're looking off to the side. And it's the same thing if you're doing the other way. Does that help? Hopefully it helps. Sag, got here late. I just want to go play video games, you know? So I guess the two things to factor in are how wide your pupil is going to be based on how far to the corner it is of the eye and how much of the sclera you're going to show. If you're looking up above the character, you're going to have a little bit of scleral show below the eye. If you're looking below the character, you're probably going to have some scleral show above the eye. Ish. If you're looking below the character, usually because the eyelid drops, it sort of reduces a lot of that scleral show, so that's something to consider as well. But it's all of this stuff is subjective, and you can have characters with super wide eyes that are looking down with a lot of scleral show. Like I can have like a shocked expression where the character's really looking down. You know? Anyways, you get it. You get it. Bye-bye, Nancy. Good night, or evening, or whatever. I'm so full, dude. I'm so full. Oh, shit. For you now. I can stop. I want to play Zelda Ocarina of Time after this, I think. I'm going full gamer, dude. I just haven't played video games in a long ass time. And I got the Switch like a couple weeks ago. And I've been trying to force myself to play games. Because otherwise I'll just draw. And I will fuck my shoulder up if I just keep drawing after stream. So, I do kind of want to finish this stupid guy. And it's going to be a lot easier for me to do it off stream. Decisions. Maybe I'll do a mix of both, you know? Do a little temple and then... I don't like how that connects there. Better. I wanted it to come to a nice point there. It wasn't really, like, pointed. Too low. Honestly, I might stream longer depending on if I can lock in here or not. I do kind of want to get this shit done. It's just very difficult to lock in while live. Who are you drawing? What up, Mackenzie? How you doing? I'm drawing this guy. He doesn't have a name. He's just kind of a fella I came up with. I did think of him as like an alternate character for the like comic I want to make, so I guess his name is kind of Gret, but Greg? Awesome Greg. Gret. Gret. G-R-E-T. Greg. I work with a guy named Greg, so that's just kind of funny to me. Grok. Yeah, exactly. Grok. Did the other Gret die? I just don't like his design. This was sort of like the direction we were going with him. I don't like the design. He seems like just pure evil instead of like mischievous. I don't like it. This guy seems like he could be evil, but like mischievous, you know? Seems more... I just like the design better. Sometimes it'd be like that, you know? Sometimes the first design is the best design. Oh, it's a little thick. They all look so cool. Thank you. Villanarion redeems Speak French for 1 minute. Ok, il est quelle heure? Il est 4h46. Y a-tu un sujet que tu veux que je discute ou je peux dire n'importe quoi? Je vais dire n'importe quoi. D'habitude, quand les gens ils me font parler en français sur mon stream, ils me demandent jamais de parler de quelque chose en particulier. Donc, je vais juste dire n'importe quoi pendant 1 minute straight. Mais je sais pas, en ce moment, j'essaie de trouver comme la pointe de ses cheveux ici, puis comme suivre la pointe pour que ça laisse sur une arc. Parce qu'en ce moment, c'est un peu croche. Ça change de forme un peu trop, donc ça rend comme le dessin. Quand c'est en animation, ça rend comme le mouvement un peu. Un peu. J'essaie de trouver le mot. Je sais pas, comme. C'est une distraction peut-être, I guess. Je sais pas. C'est juste. C'est pas visuellement comme plaisant. Est-ce qu'il est vraiment français, canadien, ou est-ce qu'il. S'il dit pas hey à chaque 2e seconde? Bonjour Twin, bonjour Mackenzie, ça va? Je pense que ça fait à peu près 1 minute que je vous parle en français là, donc je pense que je vais retourner en anglais. Je vous ai parlé, je vous dis, je vous vois tout le temps, mais je pense que vraiment je devrais vous tutoyer. Mais je sais pas vraiment. Il y a plusieurs personnes ici, donc vous ça fait le plus de sens. Anyways, whatever, it doesn't matter. Yes, oui, oui, baguette, exactly. Random, have you ever played Valkyria Chronicles? No, never even heard of it. Oui, oui, baguette. Yeah, I gotta track this top piece now. It's a little wonky, I think. I'll give you a baguette. Oh shit. You hitting on me, dog? A lot of the products at the company I work for have to be translated to French Canadian. I've made labels for it too. Very cool. Yeah, Canada has laws around bilingualism. We have 2 official languages. So you have to, as a citizen, you have the right to be served in the language of your choice. So every employer basically has to hire a French person. Otherwise, you're fucked. You know, you can get fined. So you end up in a situation where if you speak French in Canada, you just like get all the jobs, basically. It's like one of the biggest advantages in Canada is being bilingual. Hell yeah, that's dope though. Yeah, if you speak French, it's dope for me. If you don't speak French, and I have some English friends or English only friends, they fucking hate it. It makes their life a million times harder and they get passed over for French people. How's life in Canada? Good work-life balance? Yeah. It's just boring. And I feel like the pay's slightly lower than the US for the same work. Cost of living is kind of expensive here, too. You probably need to make more here than you would in the US to be able to survive the same. With the same quality of life. Things are a lot more expensive. You have the right to remain silent in both English and French. Anything you can say will be used to mock you relentlessly in a different language. That's true. You have healthcare though. That's true. I do have healthcare. I will not lie. Whenever I hear like an American friend explain their issues with healthcare, it blows my mind. Okay, I don't think I've paid for a single thing in my entire life, healthcare wise. I've had my appendix removed. I've had strabismus surgery twice. Had my wisdom teeth pulled. I've had like all kinds of fucking like procedures. I've gone to the doctor a bazillion times. I've never paid a fucking penny. I pay for prescription drugs, that's it. Oh yeah, I guess scripts you would have to pay for if they're like if they're not covered by some sort of private insurance. But generally speaking, I don't really pay for shit. Price in American? I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, Glyconia. I wish I knew how to speak Spanish, because in my area in America, Spanish is a second language, and it'll benefit if you could speak it. Yeah. If you could get each state to set up their own independent healthcares, you'd be 100% better off. Possibly. I don't know enough about it economically to make like a judgment call on that. I'll defer to believing you. Sounds like some commie socialism right there. Believe it or not, guys, I'm not a commie. Unfortunately, I am a corporate crony. Sounds like some commie socialism right there. It's our God-given right to haggle between two different hospitals for the best price after I accidentally shoot myself in the foot. That is one thing we don't have. That's another thing is guns. They're so fucking hard to get here. Whenever my American friends describe the process of getting a gun, it just sounds like it's the same as like buying eggs. It's fucking crazy to me, dude. I have a buddy in Texas, and that's how he explains it. You need like psychological screenings here. You need to be on the RCMP's list, which is basically our FBI. And then you need to fucking like also pass like safety tests, which cost thousands of dollars, just to get like a basic like hunting rifle. So most people don't have guns here because it's just you have to jump through like a bazillion hoops. That's how it should be. I think so too. I mean, I like the Canadian gun system here. I feel like they're a little too over the top with it sometimes, like the whole banning, like, you know, handguns and stuff like that. They get a little quirky, zany with it, but that's because we also don't have a gun problem, right? But gun laws differ between states. For example, Connecticut is much stricter than Texas. Yeah, that's why I mentioned Texas, right? Because if you went to New York, it'd probably be a lot closer to something like Canada than you know, down in the South. So you're totally right about that. I should have hedged that a little bit. Are you into geopolitics? I am very into geopolitics, mostly because I'm not very emotional when it comes to like politics and stuff like that. I don't get excessively heated over political issues, but I do sort of kill those discussions in chat because I don't trust chat to be as emotionally neutral as me. And it's just, you know, I don't know if I necessarily need to find out everybody's political opinions on stuff. I feel like there was a point in time before I started streaming art, I considered being a political streamer. But their lives look fucking miserable, dude. They're always just like fighting with each other, trying to dox each other, ruin each other's life. It's just like, does not sound pleasant at all. I'm fine just being a dumb like art streamer where I just draw pretty pictures and call it a day. You know, we don't need to be the deep think tank. Here's my political opinion. Uh-oh. Do a jiggle. Shit. That's the right political opinion, dude. Great minds. And all that stuff. It do be jiggling, Kazi Biscuit. It do be jiggling. Brit, it's a privilege, not a right to own them, because it shows you've been cleared by doctors, police, friends, family, and all that to say you're a sound mind and body and can be trusted. Yeah. I think that's sort of how I see it, too. I don't think, like, the whole right to bear arms thing is kind of crazy to me. The idea that any freaking freak and psycho could just have a gun is absolutely craziness. Some people should not be allowed to own weapons. That's just the way it is, dude. This is a little too small spacing-wise. I need it to be a little less... Oops, I didn't take the little bottom bit there. Unfortunately, I want to learn Spanish, but I have this mental barrier where if I start resenting it because of what my family put me through but over not knowing Spanish. I've been trying to overcome this barrier, but I haven't reached that point yet. Yeah, that's rough, dude. I don't know. I don't have any advice for that one. That's a tough one. To be fair, I was allowed to shoot rifles and shit when I was an RAF cadet as a child, so at least that isn't necessarily the best decision making in that regard. You're probably, like, when you register for that shit, still put on some sort of, like, monitor list, you know? Especially since you're British. Yeah, it is what it is, yeah. I want to get back into learning Japanese, guys. If I had more time... I mean, I feel like I say this all the time. But if I had more time, there's so much more I would do. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? If you gave me more time to do things, I would do more things? What a world. I have the same issue with learning my native language, so I'm just going to learn it from someone I pay to teach me rather than have any family or friend try and show me. What's your native language? That's why some people want to become immortal. I'm one of them, so long as I can stay in sort of my mental and physical state, you know? If it's one of those things where I'm basically like a vampire who's like decrepit and old, and I'm like, I fart dust, and every organ in my body is rotting, and I'm in some sort of like eternal ball torture simulation or whatever, then I don't want that, it turned out. I don't want to be immortal in that regard, you know? But if it's just like, hey, you get to not die, I'll be like, yeah, that doesn't sound too bad. Ball torture? Oh, your interest is peaked now, huh, Leo? Child of boof. Isn't boofing when you put something up your ass? Sneaking into prison? Or no, it's when you drink beer through your ass. That's hooping. I'm thinking of hooping. Never mind. Yeah, my dream is a part-time job. My dream is retirement, dude. I want it so bad. Not just beer? Alright, enlighten me, Kimdo. Like a beer enema? I guess coffee, too. I mean, you could go clay pigeon shooting for the day, and there's 22 rangers here and there, yeah. But I see it as a paid service at that point, which is different than owning. Yeah, I think unsupervised is probably like the key thing there. You know, the world is your oyster. You can boof the world and your oyster. If doctors came out and said that boofing like led to half the calories, it was better for you, do you think people would start doing it? Lunch breaks would have a completely different vibe if that was the case. Isn't that a South Park episode? There is a South Park episode where they all bet that Cartman can't like shove food up his ass and then poop out his mouth, and he does it. I don't know if there was like the whole like calorie thing that I'm talking about, but they definitely did that in South Park for sure. I love that show. I think your mic is muted. I don't think it is. You're probably just hearing the pen taps. My PNG tuber tends to pick up my pen taps, and then it's because my PNG tuber's mic activated. That's probably what you're seeing. I don't think I'm muted though. I'm looking at my OBS right now, and my thing's peaking. I'm in the red, dude. I gotta turn my shit down. Only if people could get drunk that way. They can, dude. I mean, you mean without the calories? They definitely can't do it without the calories, I don't think. But you can get way more drunk by shoving alcohol in your asshole, dude. That's like a little known fact. Because you don't go, it doesn't go through the liver. You just absorb way more of like the alcohol into your bloodstream. You can also kill yourself doing that. So this is not like advice on how to drink, by the way. But Solo, don't, you could kill yourself that way? Yeah, okay, yeah. Big red warning before you go chug your next Milwaukee brew up your ass. I just want to let you know that you will potentially kill yourself. You can very easily overdose doing that because there's no filtration through your organs. Or through your other organs. Take it from the drinker here, don't do that. Thank you for saving me from a lawsuit. I know I said I was gonna wrap up, but I'm kind of vibing on this animation right now, so I'm probably gonna keep going a little bit. Oh no, some of my Latin friends have integrated themselves and their communities away from family with their shared heritage, and that has helped them with Spanish. Oh, that's pretty good. The next headline is streamer encourages viewers to take alcohol and various narcotics anally. Honestly, with Twitch's track record, I'll get like a one-day ban if I start killing my chatters by telling them to boof alcohol, so what's the worst that could happen, really? I'd love to learn Malay, but then there's the Chinese Malay, etc. It's a whole thing. I just want to learn my Japanese again. I studied Japanese for a few years. I got pretty decent at it to where I was, I could understand most things. And then I just stopped, and it all went away. But it comes back pretty quick, because I picked it back up a couple times. in the last like 6-7 years since I started or whatever. And it always comes back pretty quickly, but it's just one of those things where I need the time to like fully commit, you know. 6-7, 6-7, 6-7. Ban her, Jadu. Get her out of here. What do you recommend for learning another language? Probably Anki. Anki's probably one of the best softwares that I've used. It's basically a flashcard system. So like, let's say you learn the word poo, okay? Let's say you learn the word poo. You flip the card over. You check that the word poo is actually the word poo in your native language. Poo. I'll put Chinese poo, just because it's on brand. We were talking about Chinese stuff earlier. Then you'd flip the card over. You'd be like, poo. Oh wow, I got the Chinese version of poo correct. It's poo. Okay. If you get it correct, what happens? Now you don't see that card for 2 days. And then if you get it right again after 2 days, then it goes to 4 days. And it's spaced repetition, basically. Duolingo is okay for like grammar lessons and stuff, but you do need to substitute. There's basically like, there's 3 different skills in language learning that I've experienced or that I've encountered. There's listening. There's reading. And there's speaking. And there's a lot of crossover between all of these skills, but just know that whatever you focus on is what you're going to improve at a lot faster. And in my case, I mostly did listening and reading. Mostly listening. So my listening was actually relatively strong. My reading was okay, and my speaking was the worst. And if I restarted again, I would probably focus more on speaking and reading rather than listening. But they all kind of bleed into each other a little bit, but just they are different. So you have to train them kind of as different skills if you want them to all level up at the same rate. Reading is probably one of the most effective ones out of the 3, just because once you can read, you can basically consume a lot more content. Like, reading is just a really good way to get contextual information. Training yourself to listen to words you don't understand versus training yourself to identify words you don't understand in text is like way easier. Or the other way is easier, I guess. The reading part is easier. I used Anki a lot because I'm too dumb to learn anything otherwise. I would have been wondering lately if the flashcard system could work for learning drawing as well. You know what, Doomer? I had that thought also where, like, I wondered if, like, you could learn to draw through flashcards. I think you kind of can, but, like, also kind of can't, I guess. I mean, you probably could. To be quite honest, you probably could. I think honestly, when I draw, a lot of the stuff that I'm drawing is stuff that I've studied off of other artists or consumed before at some point in time. So you probably could actually learn through flashcards. It would be a weird-ass system. And I don't know anybody who's made, like, an Anki flashcard deck. It is one of those things, too, that you'd probably also have to draw out the card every time. And then give yourself a subjective rating on how well you executed. It'd just be a weird way to do it. Language Quizlet. Check out a book called Fluent Forever. Who's it by? I betcha I probably know the person. I still just need to learn my language. I was doing fine until my Catholic school ended up sending me to a speech impediment program in kindergarten without telling my parents. So once my mother found out, she got discouraged. Now it's difficult to pick it back up on my own. What language were you learning? It's the whole tracing thing to help with line work to make stronger lines. I feel like you're better off, though. Instead of tracing, I really think tracing is a way to extract information, but it should never be like a way to internalize information. I'm not saying that's what you're saying. But I think like the best thing you can do is copy artwork and try to identify why things are working well. How far out a certain feature is, how spaced apart the eyes are, how many lines they use when they're drawing the eye, how they move their hand, the direction of the curve. You can tell a lot from a curve, right? Like if you do a gesture and it looks like that, the thicker end is almost always where their hand starts. And so you can instantly see like the direction they're moving their hand, right? I'm starting here and I'm going out. I lift as I take off. Now, you could do the opposite, but it's less common to start with a thinner line and then do thicker. It's just kind of weird. Most people don't do that. And so you could tell a lot about a drawing based on sort of stroke direction and all that shit. But Otter, how you doing? How you doing? You want me to take that out of the queue, Danny? I can do that for you if you want to try queuing it up again. Oh, too late. I'm just gonna skip it. Hello, my Pookies. I'm tired. Can we see your pen pressure settings? Yeah. Let me check my Wacom thing. These are my pen pressure settings. Flipped. Oops, it wasn't flipped. Just kind of medium everything. Nothing fancy. This is how my pen is set up right now. I have right click as the button, and I have the front button disabled, because I always fat finger it, and it drives me fucking crazy. I haven't changed my settings at all, to be clear. Like, they're just default Wacom settings. Nothing fancy about it. I'm tired. Did you sleep well last night? It was written by Gabriel Weiner. Let's see. Did you change any settings in Clip Studio? I don't think so. My brush setting is the same. I've turned off stabilization, actually. My stabilization was up a little bit, but I completely disabled it. What a rude question. Ask if you slept well. Come to this place, I'll show you everything. So no, I haven't changed any settings. I turned off I turned off the stabilization. I think this pen literally has just one as a stabilization, so I turned that off. I really don't like, what's it called? Fucking... What's the thing called where, like, it stabilizes your line? Line stabilizers, I guess is what it's called. I feel like there's, like, a term for it that I'm, like, forgetting right now. I sometimes get hard cravings for Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, but only the miniature ones. Smoothing, that's right, line smoothing. Flat is back. Shit. Oh, sweet release. Smoothing. Yeah, I turn off line smoothing. I hate it. I don't like line smoothing. My instinct is to talk shit about line smoothing, but I've actually never used it enough to say whether I would give it as an advice to use or not. I just don't personally like it. I don't like how it makes my line sluggish. Like, look, if I crank up my stabilization to 100, look how slow my line is. It's like chasing after my cursor. My cursor's on the left of the screen right now, and the line's still following it. It's a smooth line, sure, but I don't really give a shit, you know? It's like following my cursor. It's so annoying. Smoothing kind of causes a slight delay, right? It is, yeah. Like, if you drop the stabilization down, it's not going to be as bad as, like, the way I had it there. It still, like, feels really weird here. I don't like it. I would just rather raw dog it, dude. I like having wibbly wobbly lines, same. I feel like it adds texture and like a rusticness to the line art. That's also why, I don't know if you notice, I lift my hand a lot. It's so that when I control Z, like if I, like this line here, to me, ugly, because my hand wobbled. And I could just connect it later, it's not a big deal. I can't seem to move on from mechanical pencil brushes. Do you just need, like, opacity? Is that why? I've sort of adapted like some habits to stop myself from being as wobbly. If you hold your pen farther back, you can get a cleaner arc because there's less interference. Whereas if I do the same line with my hand like close up, it's a little bit wobblier. So holding your hand a little farther back up on the pen helps with cleaner arcs. Whereas like if I do the same thing, it's a little wobblier. I just love the gritty look. I feel like you can get the gritty look with other mediums, though. Like, I feel like a lot of the stuff I draw is relatively gritty, and I don't have any opacity on this. It's just, like, one hard color. I can reduce the amount of ink that comes out by moving my hand quicker, but that's it. You can see, like, these areas when I really swoosh my hand past. How much longer are you streaming? You're currently my saving grace from a TV blaring NASCAR in the same room. That does sound pretty awesome. I don't know. I said I was going to stop at 5, or like the 5-hour mark, and we're past that. So maybe another 20 minutes. I'm just playing it by ear at this point. Just kind of going to go till I'm pooped. Which could be soon. Could be not. I don't know. Also, Snack, I put my explanation a little bit ago. I think it got lost. Okay, let me scroll up. Oh, I was learning Tagalog. I'm working on it now, but it's difficult to try to learn independently since there's not enough reliable and affordable resources, especially since I don't want to learn Filipino since I see it as a dumbed-down version of Tagalog. My mom doesn't even like the Filipino language. I see. Is that what you want me to read, or is there something else you want me to read? I have some buddies that speak Tagalog, actually. Oh, you were talking about the speech impediment stuff. Yeah. Okay, I get it now. I totally forgot the context. I thought we were talking about language learning again. Doomed to NASCAR today, I see. It ain't that bad. NASCAR's not that bad. I probably wouldn't watch it in my spare time, but... I'm telling you, dude, you gotta get a Switch. I'm trying. Get a Switch Lite. When I say Switch, I mean the Switch 2. Go big or go home. You know, ball out. I would only watch NASCAR because of Cletus McFarland. That's the most NASCAR driver name ever, dude. Cletus McFarland. Cletus McFartland. They've played so many Arby's commercials today, dog. I'm tired. I think there's like one Arby's in my entire like province. Just not a thing here. I love Arby's too, but damn, I get that they have the meats. Do you love Arby's? I just hear terrible things. I've been once in my life. Damn, y'all love Arby's, huh? What are the odds that Arby's just kind of sucks in Canada? I don't like that. That changes shape way too much. Cletus and his friend Squirrel McNutt is like becoming a real Talladega Nights. Yeah. I hope not. You should get the mozzarella stick snack. I don't even know where the fucking Arby's is, like, near me. It's probably far as hell. Cletus McFarland is a car YouTuber that basically embraced the Cletus persona and became big over it. Okay, so it's ironic. I've only ever heard of Arby's compared to unappealing genitalia. Every time I've ever heard of Arby's, people just say it sucks. Like, terribly. Like, it's like the worst shit ever. But you guys seem to really be upselling it. It sucks in a good way. It's just meat-flavored slop. That does sound pretty delicious, I'm not gonna lie. You need to look past the genitalia-looking meat. Big fan of Arby's. They got this thing called the Meat Mountain. Pretty rad. That does sound pretty nice. Someone said an Arby's sandwich looked like an accordion of flesh. I mean, I had a pastrami and turkey sandwich earlier, so it's kind of the same thing. I've never been to an Arby's. I don't even think there's one in my city. I know there's one in my city. It relocated, though, and I don't think it's anywhere near me. I miss Arby's. I love those fries. I'll die a fan. I've never had a good customer service experience there. The food is good. I feel like part of having a good experience at a fast food chain is just to be treated like shit, you know? I don't want the teenager serving me to be happy. It's part of the experience. Thank you for the gifted sub to Verbanter Otter. Thank you. The real name is Garrett Mitchell, but Cletus happened over a small video of him talking about his Camaro and a parody of a good old redneck. I see. Lol, what the fuck? Verb deserves no ads, does he? He is an Atrioc enjoyer, much like me, so maybe that's true. Though, what would Atrioc say? For banter. He would want you to watch ads, I feel like. Exactly, I saved your view count. Alright, we'll take it. You don't support snack. Yeah, do you, for banter, huh? Guys, what the fuck? Y'all mean the closest Arby's to me is basically 3 hours away? Time to move, dude. You know how people move for work? You gotta move for Arby's. Insane song choice, guys. Ever since I heard your hate for women, I dropped my support. Me hating women? That's not possible. Cletus McFarland, blah, blah, I read that already. As a person who makes ads, please don't watch my ads. I love women, they're just scary. Amen, brother. Dap me up. Ugh. Just letting you guys know. I know you guys are queuing up song. There's one more song in the queue. I may wrap up after that. So if you want to save your points, maybe just hold off on the next song request. I may wrap up. Okay, doke. Snack always wrapping up. Well, I wouldn't want to give you a stepbrother, you know? Or a half-brother. Damn, I just started drinking and you're quitting? Sad. You're watching me you're getting hammered and watching me? I feel like I'm a bad influence if you have to get drunk to watch me. But I got 6k points to use on songs. Insane, dude. Could you imagine 6,000 points of songs? I should just, like, one day remove all the, like, the 3-song limit and just let people go crazy. Ooh, this is some anime-ass shit, dude. Well, I hope to catch you on the next stream. I gotta go back to checking on my cooking. No worries, dude. No worries, do your thing. While this weeb-ass song plays, let's look for somebody to raid out to. I could do Dr. Griswold. I do raid her quite a bit. You guys have any recommendations? Honestly, I'll raid whoever right now. As long as they're an art channel. Zale? Yeah, I can do Zale. Alright, we'll do Zale. By the way, guys, Zale is he's a pretty he's like to my channel, he's kind of an OG. He's been around for a really long time. He's a very dedicated artist. The guy draws so fucking much. He's on a like 10,000 hour drawing quest. Since I started streaming, I think he's hit about 2,500 hours, which is a lot. And he's basically streaming like 12 hours a day, and he just draws straight. So this guy is probably the grinder of Twitch, in my opinion. So if you guys like just watching never-ending streams, check out Zale. We're gonna raid into him in like 2 seconds here. Is he a He's a perfectionist. I've had cool chats with him. He's very cool. He is super cool. Bye, Snack. Bye, Glad. Enjoy getting shit-faced. Have fun, Mr. Mouse. Thank you. I appreciate everybody coming out. You guys know the deal. If you want to know when I'm going live next, which I am going live tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, but if you want to know when I'm going live during the day, make sure you join our Discord, go into the rules channel, activate the live notifications roll, and then that way you'll get pinged whenever I'm live. And if you want feedback from me on stream, drop your art in the critiques channel if I'm live, and if you're in the chat while I'm live, I'll give you some feedback on your work. All right, guys. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate all of you. I will see you tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. See you there. Bye-bye. Bye, DK. Bye-bye.